Windsor 9.
The following is a live presentation of CBC Sports.
The Montreal crest is a signature of a high flyer, and obviously it has proven to be a perfect fit in Philadelphia.
The pass. Now she scored. Bergas hit the goal post. The light went on, but I think it hit the post. It's centered again. He scored. There he shoots it in back of the goal for Lindros centered it. They score. Philadelphia has tied it. Lindbergh centered it. Shot score! Desjardins wins again for Philadelphia.
Back-to-back games for the New York Rangers and Philadelphia Flyers, both of whom had winning records in that regard during the year. The Rangers 5-3-2, the Flyers 4-3-1. They won't mind the fact they've got to crank it up again on 25 hours rest for Game 2 tonight. Welcome back to the Broadcast Center in Toronto. We're on site in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and here this evening as we welcome you to Molson Hockey Night in Canada and the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm Ron McLean. Little trivia before we get rolling. This is Victoria Day. How many times does the name Victoria appear on the Stanley Cup? Let you think about that while I'm talking and give you the answer as we go after break on our way to the Spectrum. As far as the game this evening, the coaches weren't happy with Game 1, believe it or not. Terry Murray says the big line has to perform as a unit, not as individuals. Coley Campbell blasted his goaltender, Mike Richter, for being careless and said Kovalev and Nemchinov have to show up. And just at the end of the game, as Coley was leaving the ice, a Philadelphia fan threw beer on him. Gary Bettman was 2 seats away, and he said to security, you got to beef it up for tonight because he thinks it'll be rocking in Philadelphia. Is it? Let's go to the Spectrum. There's Bob Cole and Harry Neal. Gentlemen.
Well, Ron, it's not rocking yet, but don't worry, in a few minutes it will be. You know, when the Rangers came into this series, they knew they had to take care of the big line of the Flyers. They didn't, and they lost.
Well, you can't let one line score 4 goals against you and expect to win. The New York Rangers have an enormous job to control these 3 big elephants that play for the Flyers. I think in Game 1 they tried too hard to out-hit them, and they ought to try and contain them in the defensive zone. Get the stick between their legs, grab their stick for a half a second, pester them, bug them, get under their skin, because you're not going to handle them physically, but that's a big assignment.
And you know, Harry, if that's not enough, they'd better watch the second line. Brindamore, though, and his mates didn't quite do it last night, but they can.
No, they didn't, but they are highly responsible for Philadelphia getting to the second round. They had 15 points as a line against Buffalo in round 1, and it's very difficult to proceed very far in the NHL playoffs if you don't have a second line that chips in some big-time goals.
We thought it would be close here in Philadelphia, and let's face it, it is. Ron?
Thanks, Bob. Philadelphia Flyers, in fact, had the second best record this year in 1-goal games. Toronto was 11-3. The Flyers were 14-5, and they're 2-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Well, across the state at the Igloo in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania tonight, it's Game 2 between the Devils and the Pens. Pittsburgh won the opener in the last minute and 16 seconds. Luc Robitaille with that goal as they defeat New Jersey 3-2 for a scene set on Game 2. Let's go to the Igloo and Ken Daniels.
The Penguins' Game 1 3-2 victory over New Jersey on Luc Robitaille's game winner with 1:16 left is being viewed here as a steal because a patchwork Penguins defense held up in victory. The Samuelsons didn't play. They tried laughing about it after the game, but Alf's ribs hurt too much, and Shell with so many stitches couldn't even smile, although Shell Samuelson is expected to play tonight with a full face shield. And whenever the Pittsburgh Penguins have gone up 2-0 in a series since '89, they've either swept it or won it in 5 games, and that includes a victory over the New Jersey Devils back in 1993. That's the story from the Civic Arena in Pittsburgh. Now back to the Broadcast Center, and here's Ron McLean.
Thanks, Ken. We'll have highlights from time to time at Pittsburgh and, of course, going live to Philadelphia in just a moment. Now, the answer to that burning question, how many times is Victoria on the Stanley Cup? The answer is hockey's magic number 7. The Winnipeg Victorias won her twice. The Montreal Victorias won the Stanley Cup 4 times. And the only NHL victor, the Victoria Cougars, did it 70 years ago when they beat the Montreal Canadiens for Lester Patrick. Coming up next, the New York Rangers led by the Moose against Eric Lindros and the Philadelphia Flyers. It's Game 2 at the Spectrum on Molson Hockey Night in Canada and the Stanley Cup playoffs on CBC.
The land, mark of characteristically clean, cold, and crisply defined by a consistently held and fluid belief in everything you're made of. Why? Because I
Love is but a song we sing.
Good song. Great song.
You can make mountains ring. Oh, make
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC's Stanley Cup playoff coverage. Brought to you by Molson Canadian, Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited, and by Pepsi. Nothing else is a Pepsi.
Welcome back at the Broadcast Center. We were talking a little bit about the goaltending situation for the Rangers. Coley unhappy with Richter in Game 1. It begs the question, who does he start tonight in Philadelphia? And the answer is provided by Scott Russell at the Spectrum.
He is the Rangers' undisputed number 1. Mike Richter, New York's introspective netminder, one of the most active and acrobatic goalies in the league. He had trouble finding the puck in Game 1. 5 times it eluded his grasp. And Ricky, as he is called, lost number 1, fueling speculation New York would make a change. Colin Campbell, the coach of the Rangers. Colin, history tells us after Game 1 against Quebec, you changed goaltenders and went to Glenn Healy. What will you do tonight?
Well, we're playing Mike Richter. He won the Stanley Cup last year. That's what history tells us also. And we hope that Mike can come up with a better game. When you have 5 goals scored on you in a playoff game, that's not good enough. And Mike's capable of coming up with a great game. And if he doesn't, then we still have Glenn Healy.
We were talking earlier that one of the priorities has to be in your own end and something about moving the puck.
Well, we obviously had trouble yesterday at points, and in overtime I don't think we got it out of our own zone. But once we get it out of our own zone and the other team's zone, we do a pretty good job cycling, and we had them in trouble. But today I think we have to, or tonight we have to put more pressure on their D. I think we can get to their D and then keep it away from that big line.
Coley, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Scott.
So 2 games this evening. We'll also be on top of the Canucks and the Hawks, who get set to resume tomorrow as we move along tonight. We're set for the game at the Spectrum. Here's Bob Cole and Harry Neal. Fellas.
Thank you, Ron, and good evening again, everybody. Yes, from the Spectrum in Philadelphia. The 2 goaltenders, you've already heard about Richter. Coley Campbell going right back with Mike Richter again. After all, as he said, he won the Stanley Cup last year. Ronnie Hextall, 22 saves for the win. He stopped 3 by the Rangers at overtime. It'll be Desjardins and Haller starting with Lindros, Renberg, and Leclerc, and the big line for New York. Against them, Messier, Verbeek, and Graves, Bukaboom, and Leach. And number 2 is underway. Rangers. Leach nearly got the first break, just skated by the puck, which was loose for a moment inside the Philadelphia line. Lindros was looking the other way, and the puck went by him all the way down the ice. Rangers back. Sell out again tonight. Huge crowd at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Desjardins stopping a nice play. Haller to the right side for Renberg. Can't center it. Leach took him in on the boards. Lindros centered it. Penalty coming up right off the bat against the New York Rangers. Philadelphia with the puck and Hextall on the bench. They won't be stopped until the Rangers touch it. They do now. It is stopped. And here's the first power play of the game.
It's an interference call against the New York Rangers. The Flyers, of course, go to the net with some enthusiasm. And I think it was Leclerc who was going to the net and was knocked down. And Mark Messier is going to serve the first penalty of this game. Oh, I guess it isn't Messier. The Rangers either don't know who got the penalty or are waiting for McCreary to tell Graves he got it. But it was in front of the net, and it was an interference call, and before the first minute is over, the Rangers have to kill a penalty off. Last night, the Flyers were 1 for 7 on the power play.
And they, of course, want to improve in that department. In the specialty teams last night, it was all New York. Usually when that happens, you win. Not the case. Last evening. Puck into the corner. Philadelphia, power play, and they move it. Right away, Semenov trying to knock it out front. Could not. Gets to the line, Lindros. That's one at the net, and the Rangers are going to shoot it down the ice. Hextall getting the feel of things for the first time, stopping that. Here's Kavich, this defenseman coming out. Lead pass to center. Rangers were standing right up there, and Larmer stopped the puck and shot it back deep again. 1:15 left in the penalty. Lindros, all man open up there on the right side. It is centered by Brindamore. Richter chopped it away. And here's another penalty being called, and this is going to be against Philadelphia. So within the first 2 minutes, we have 2 penalties by Bill McCreary.
Rod Brindamore tripped Kevin Lowe, and Lowe is going to reach a loose puck to the left of Richter right here and took the icing away from Lowe. And referee McCreary is ruling with an iron hand here, calling 2 penalties in the first minute and 40 seconds, 1 for interference and 1 for tripping. Let's hope this trend doesn't continue to take the starts out of the game, because last night's physical play was the highlight of the night.
Was it ever?
Kevin Lowe playing his 200th playoff game this evening. And look at the group of great players that he's closing in on.
All right, there are 4 skaters aside. 1:08 left of the penalty against Graves of the New York Rangers. Just underway at Philadelphia, coming up to the 2-minute mark. No score yet. Swoboda tried to go in. Heavy hit into the corner. Karpatsev was nailed hard. Rangers move up ice. Lowe made an extra move before hitting the blue line. And the crowd certainly getting into it on that first hit.
Never ceases to amaze me. 1 interference call, 1 trip called, and then maybe the best body check of the series right here. And everybody cheers. What a game this is, Hockey. Rob DeMaio, not very big, but he was awful big on that one.
Exactly 2 minutes into the first period. And 49 seconds left in the penalty against Graves of New York. Leclerc, last night's hero. He's in on the faceoff, and Chino moved away. And something happening at the Philadelphia bench, and McCreary goes over there.
Is the goal judge light out at the Philadelphia end, or is McCreary warning the coaches to tell the players he doesn't want to hear any more comments about his refereeing from the bench? That's what it looks like to me.
After 2 minutes, Dykehouse plays it up to center ice. Swoboda skates as far as the Ranger line and shoots it in. Kevin Lowe back there trying to tie up Brandberg. And the Rangers come up with it, and they'll skate out. A long rink-wide pass. Nearly worked. This is going to be offside, and the Rangers play it. They do. And offside is called.
Well, this game tonight certainly hasn't had a chance to start with the great pace that last night's game started. There were all kinds of hits. There were all kinds of body checks by now last night. Nemchevov, Nedved, and Kovalev 21 points in the first round against Quebec. So their second line, or players who play in the second and third line, came through with them. They were absent, except for Nedved's goal in game one last night or yesterday afternoon.
2:23 into the first period, and a very slow start to this game number 2. The fourth side of the moment will be for another 20 seconds. Then Graves will be on the ice. Verbeek sets it up. Leach is in to test Hextall. Hextall, big save. Messier looked for it. Didn't find it. Lindros coming as far as center, and he gets rid of it. He hit the Ranger line. 5 seconds left in the Ranger penalty. Rink wide pass. There is Graves out of the box, and he has to back away. Rangers back to organize now. A power play for 40 seconds. No score, first period. And the Rangers are offside again.
Well, in a four-skater against four situation, when the Rangers put Zubov and Leach on the point, they've really got 4 forwards out there. And these two fellas, this time it was Leach, really jump into the rush, and they don't just stand back and pass. Watch Leach here. Throws the pass right there, and then heads to the net. And the Flyers were lucky it isn't 1-0 because the defenseman did not take him. Leach is a forward that plays defense. So was Bobby Orr.
Zubov shot the puck over the line. It got in front of the net. Right back to Zubov. And he waits at the blue line. Comes the other way to Leach. Leach is stopped, and the Flyers are going to get it out. McTavish comes up to center. On the left side, McTavish for DeMaio, and he is stopped in his tracks by Zubov. 7 seconds left in the Philadelphia penalty. The Rangers get the zone. It is passed to Leach. Leach shoots. High shot stopped by Hextall. The penalty is over, and Hextall. Another big save.
Well, it's Leach again. And he has had 2 great chances to score, but Hextall won't let him. Leach thinks he can go up high on Ron Hextall, and he's failed both times trying it. But this guy's got another gear, and when he puts himself into it, he becomes a dangerous offensive weapon. And here's the shot right here. Tries to go short side high on Hextall. Hextall does a nice job taking it, and a nice job done by the back-checking Brent Fettig to make sure if there was a rebound that the other Ranger player wasn't available.
Nedved for the Rangers. Brindamore for Philadelphia. They're very tedious on these faceoffs in the end zones.
They're going to throw both centers out as the left winger for the Rangers and the right winger, the right defenseman for the Flyers, both got inside the circle before the puck was dropped.
So out they go. Larmer will come in for New York, and Anatoly Semenov for Philadelphia. Crowd getting restless. Drop it in, please. No score, first period. There they go. Chopped in by Wells. In on the boards. Cleared to the corner again, and Nedved. With Larmer waiting, but the Philadelphia Flyers get it out. Fettig was grabbed from behind. And what's this? A slashing penalty coming up against New York.
Excuse me, Linda, could you just sign this?
Linda, great music. It's a CD, you know. Brand new CD player? You better believe it. No charge.
No charge?
Comes with the car. Ford Escort Sport. Same with the aluminum wheels.
Look at the color.
Yeah.
Hatchback.
Uh-huh. Get in.
Look at this, dual airbags.
Listen to this. I want a car like this.
We should drive up to the 8th floor, right over Zimmerman's desk.
Over the years, we've gotten to know Frank pretty well. So when he wanted to get his lawn in shape for the big tournament, he went to the place he always goes, Canadian Tire, where he found this Killex from Green Cross for just $5.99. It's first aid for lawns, eliminates all your dandelions and a lot of other weeds too. So thanks to Frank and all his friends for relying on Canadian Tire every day. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
Somewhere in behind the play, Stefan Matteau got 2 minutes for slashing.
Well, he was on the back check right here. He slashes the stick right out of the hands of Brent Fedek, and for that serves 2 minutes. There'd be 300 penalties if McCreary was here last night.
Another power play for Philadelphia. No score, first period. 4 minutes gone. Flyers intercepting, clearing pass out by New York. Cannot take advantage though. Lindros was dumped away from the play by Messier, and they're having words. Kevin O is there for New York. Renberg with the play continuing, and the Flyers bringing it in. It is slapped around the boards in the corner to Lindros. Coming in, the pass doesn't work. It was blocked by Leach, and the Rangers, Mark Messier gets it out and down the ice. Penalty has 1:20 left on it. Brindamore comes up to center ice. Lifts one in. Victor looked a little shaky trying to take that bouncer. Rangers shoot it high. Get it all the way down the ice again. Philadelphia back. Desjardins to the right. As Dykhouse gives it to him. Desjardins shoots it in. Rangers do not clear it right away. They had a chance. Lindros in the corner. They battle away for it. Lindros will come up with it. No room to move though. Jammed in on the boards. Seconds ticking off on this power play. There was knocked down. The Rangers get it out. Up on the wing for Kovalev. Gets to the corner, away from Dykhouse. Gets in front. Taking the backhander. Zubov let it fly, and Hextall gloved that easy shot. 15 seconds left in the power play for Philadelphia. No score, first period. The Flyers, Lindros, bumped by Fukaboom. Leach trying to knock the puck loose. It comes out. A shot taken away by Richter. Here's another one. Richter got by him, hit the goal post on the outside, and rolled off to the corner. Richter comes out to stop this. The penalty is over. The teams are at full strength. There is no score, and the pace appears to be picking up a little bit now. Gets near Philadelphia line. Tossed in by Lafayette. The Flyers get it back out on a quick Ranger change. They could not take advantage of it. Didn't move in quickly enough. Carrion trying to go in right in front of the net. It's clear. Noonan trying to catch up, but he won't get there. Carrion gets back to knock him down. Harpot got it in. Back of the goal, Noonan can't center it. Flyers can't get it out first. Now the second try, barely get it out. And Nedved dumps it back in. Carrion goes back for Philadelphia. And another penalty called in this first period. They're coming, Miners, very quickly. And Yuskevich, I think this time, of Philadelphia will be the penalized player. We better wait, though.
High sticking. He laid the lumber on the Ranger player in front of the net. Right in front of the net, right here. Bango.
6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Messier and Lindros, who started tonight's game face-to-face, really had a set two right here. One of the Ranger tactics is to bother this big guy. Hard to get volunteers to do it, but we knew Messier would do it. Lindros goes back to Messier and says, I'm going to rip that card up I kept for years when I was a teenager admiring you. And Messier says, I'm going to rip you up, never mind the card.
Watching Mark waiting for the Ranger bus at our hotel before this game. Boy, was he all wired up. Where's that bus? Well, he's out there now, Mark. He's number 88.
He's a greyhound.
No score, first period. Nearing the 8-minute mark. Rangers, Mark Messier striding in hard. Fired it into the corner. Messier goes it back to the net, but it's going to be McTavish. No, here's Messier getting it out. Zubov from there, big crowd, no shot on the net from Zubov. Zubov again. This time to Messier. The other side. Leach waits. Power play New York. They'll stay outside till they get a good chance. It might be here. Score! Leach. And boy, did they set that up perfectly. And Leach, the high shot to give the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
Well, that's the third time Leach tried to go high over the right shoulder of goaltender Hextall. This time he made it. The Rangers passed that puck around smartly. And here's the shot right here from just inside the face-off dot. Coming up right now, Leach fumbled the last pass. It's exactly the same kind of pass. He doesn't fumble this one. And he throws it right in the upper corner and beats Hextall on the power play to make it 1-0 Rangers. A perfect shot after two perfect passes that spread the Flyer penalty killers out.
Well, Philadelphia were given notice last night. They'd better watch taking penalties. Rangers, a terrific power play. The fourth goal of the playoffs for Leach. Messier and Zubov getting assists. 7:35 the time. 1-0. The New York Rangers have taken the lead in this second game.
To vote in the June 8th Ontario provincial election, your name must be on the new list of voters. If you don't have proof of enumeration, Form 301, and are qualified and wish to vote, check your local newspaper for the Elections Ontario ad. It gives you a number to call for information on how to protect your right to vote. No Form 301? Check the ad and make the call. Elections Ontario, keeping you informed.
My customers are not sitting on the fence. They're very knowledgeable. They want to understand their communications a little bit better, and that's what Bell's Advantage service can do. I think I have a new attitude that brings a lot of energy and a lot of drive to Bell Canada. Our Advantage portfolio is 800 service, it's long distance, it's not just dial tone, it's not just discounts. We've gone from sitting back and waiting for customers to come to us to really going out and listening to our customers and understanding what they're looking for.
First Stanley Cup update from the Civic Arena in Pittsburgh. A power play goal for the Devils. That's Stefan Richer to Scott Stevens, and John McLean deflects it in front for his first of the postseason. 1-0 Devils.
Thank you, Ron. And of course, we will keep you people posted throughout the evening. Show you the highlights as we move along here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. The Rangers scoring first on a power play. Leach the goal. 1-0 New York. We played 8 minutes of the first period, and this is called on the offside. The faceoff will come inside the Philadelphia line.
We talked about Rod Brindamore in the opening and what a great job he did last series against the Buffalo Sabres. 8 points, 5 of them goals. He had 12 goals in 48 games during the season. It amazed me at the deadline, the week before the trading deadline, to hear the rumors that the Flyers were willing to part with Brindamore. Sometimes the trades you don't make are better than the ones you do make.
Bob Clark has done very well in the trade department in '95.
He has remodeled his team. 12 players have been acquired since he came back here for a second stint as GM of the Flyers.
Sergei Zubov of the New York Rangers.
I'll stay here.
Again, Zubov. Nedved was with him. Tried to hit Nedved and did with a swift pass through center ice. Hextall will steer it away. Tyrion and Yuskevich. The Philadelphia Flyers defenseman back there. Zubov again. He handles the puck a lot from his defense post. Manto might put a pass across in front of the net. Out for Fennick of Philadelphia. Dumped the long one into the Rangers zone, and there's Zubov again. On it, getting it out and down the ice. Semenov picks it up at center.
Coming, Bill, coming!
Fennick dumped into the corner and back to the net where Husky was given a bump. And the Rangers lifted on the glass down the ice to relieve the pressure, but there will be a face-off back in the Ranger zone on this icing call.
Well, this loud, enthusiastic Philadelphia Flyer crowd trying to get their Flyers going here tonight. The pace has not been anywhere near like last night's. I think the Rangers like that a little better, especially when Big Lindros is on. He won the Bob Clark Trophy for the most valuable player on the team this year, and he won it last year.
Nearing the halfway mark of the first period, 1-0 New York. Puck slides down to center ice. Clear. Fires it back in. Rangers regroup. Not given much room on the forechecking Lafleur. Lafleur stopped Messier. Lindros is in there with Renberg. The three of them in forechecking. Long pass tipped in center ice by Verbeek. And again, an icing call against New York.
Well, Coach Coley Campbell likes to get Boom and Leach out there against the Lindros group and Messier's line, although that changes from time to time. I think the theory is Boom is a big, strong defenseman and can stand up to these three guys. Verbeek, Messier, and Graves keep the Lindros line honest offensively, defensively, because they are the most prolific offensive line. And tempers are flaring here early in the second game. And Leach, of course, to get back to my thoughts on Leach and Boom versus Lindros. Leach, when he gets the puck, 98% of the time makes a great outlet pass. No team has 5 players they can put out there to handle Lindros. There's Bob Clark returning as the GM. Twice they went to the finals when he was the GM originally.
We are nearing the halfway mark of the first period. 1-0 New York. Rangers move the puck up. It's Messier leading the attack again. The pass goes in and Graves' shot misses the net. Back to the line. Bookable underfly. And Hextall stopped that. Messier stopped it at the blue line. Could have kept going, but circled back out. Haller lost it for a moment. Leclerc missed it, but now he gets a pass from Lindros. He'll give it to Lindros. Back in front, Renberg stopped and tipped away, and Verbeek backhands the puck down the ice. Barely makes the goal line, but they call it icing. And back it comes inside the Ranger line again. Rangers are leading 1-0. We go to the broadcast center, and here's Ron.
Okay, Bob, Harry, and you at home, you make the call. Here's Kevin Stevens with the shot. Sean McEachran will knock the puck in past Brodeur. Andy Van Hellemond says goal, and they go to video replay, and they say no goal. Poor Andy, he just can't get a break in these playoffs. So no goal, it remains 1-0 New Jersey at Pittsburgh.
Well, this is turning into a bitter affair. Mark Messier has been after Lindros, and they've been yapping at each other. They've been sticking the sticks into each other. And it is a pair of... There's Keith Acton saying, don't take any guff from that Messier. I took it my whole career. Don't you take it.
A lot of guys have taken it.
Brian Leach has all 3 Ranger shots, has the Ranger goal, and has all 3 chances to score for the Rangers here in the first period.
9:38 left to play in the first period. And they keep waving them out. McTavish this time goes. Now Kyprios comes over and talks to the linesman at the far side. Kovalev will have to come in. Nemchinov is thrown out. And they drop it in. McTavish, another cut back to the line. The shot is stopped by Richter. Svoboda blasted that one. Rangers start back up. Good move by Kovalev. Up across center, the pass. Nemchinov is coming in. Nemchinov knocked down before he could get a shot. There will be a penalty unless the Rangers score on this play. Here's a shot. That's blocked. They get it again. Back of the net it goes. Kovalev on the other side. Fired one and hit McTavish. And now the play is called, and there'll be a Philadelphia penalty.
Well, young Dykhouse made a good defensive play on the one-on-one against Nemchinov, who's got great talent, a great reach, and looked like he had Dykhouse beaten to the outside. And here it is right here. Nemchinov trying to get around the corner and can't quite do it. I think the Ranger forwards, especially the faster Ranger forwards, have got to challenge this Philadelphia defense core to the outside, just like Nemchinov did. You don't always get around them, but first you make them move, and second, you draw some penalties, as we saw in that replay.
Well, on the power play earlier for the New York Rangers, Brian Leetch scored at 7:35. Messier and Zubov were in on that goal. Rangers lead 1-0 on that goal. And now, have a power play again. Graves, Verbeek, and Messier, the number 1 line. Zubov and Leetch. Pretty fair power play unit out there now for New York, to put it mildly. Zubov made a bad pass that time, though, and Brindamore gets rid of it down the ice. Lindros is cruising in there, but Richter comes out of the net. Lindros fired up. He's skating miles. He's going to take the puck. Lindros is coming in to center it. Richter had to make a big move as Leetch lost it right in front of his goaltender. Now Leetch comes back out. Long pass goes in, just wide of the net. Hextall had to play it. Verbeek stopped it, didn't know it, and it's hammered off the boards and down the ice. Rangers back. 1:15 left in the penalty to Philadelphia. 1-0, Rangers leading. Zubov. Nice pass for Verbeek. He is stopped. Leetch centering it. Nobody back there. That's Leetch's spot. And on it is Shishkevich coming in with Brindamore. The pass to Brindamore, but it was deflected right to the net. And Mike Richter hangs on to it. And before this next face-off, we'll visit with Scott Russell.
Well, Bob, the pride of Smithers, BC, and one of the Broad Street Bullies who won 2 cups in the 70s, Joe Watson. Listen, after 5 years out of the playoffs, it must be nice to be a Philadelphia Flyer again.
Well, it certainly is. You know, I work for the organization. I'm selling these corporate box seats and advertising in our new building. And, of course, with the success of our young team coming up here, and hopefully next 8 or 9 years, my job's going to be much easier than it has been the past 5 years because, as you well know, we haven't made the playoffs in the last 5 years, and it's a situation that we're not used to being in when we're not making the playoffs. But this year we're in it, and by God, we're going to be around for years to come. So it's very exciting.
Joe, nice to see you, and thanks very much.
Well, it's always a pleasure to talk to people in Canada, especially my folks back home in Smithers, BC.
All right, Joe, back to you guys.
All right, and the Rangers get the puck up the center very quickly. Larmer had to put on the brakes. Left it at the blue line, and then the puck hit Larmer and got back out to center. 40 seconds left in the Philadelphia penalty, and the Rangers are being stopped pretty well in their tracks by Philadelphia penalty killers this time. Nedved is nailed at center ice. Shakes it off, though, and takes the puck again. Nobody looking for the pass. So the Flyers shoot it down the ice. 20 seconds left in that penalty. Zubov comes back out. Skates to center, gets rid of it up near the Philadelphia line. Right in as Leetch scores! Leetch almost fanned on it. And Hextall was flat-footed. And just like that, it's 2 for Leetch and 2 for the Rangers.
Well, Zubov, who made 3 atrocious passes on this power play, makes a nice little pass here to Leetch, who goes to the net and is unopposed, and Leetch just changes the direction of the pass by about 10 degrees, and it sneaks inside the post. A beautiful little aerial pass here that lands on the ice right at Leetch's stick, and Leetch put it in.
2-0 New York Rangers here in Game 2. So Leetch gets his second goal on a power play. Zubov got an assist. 12:46 the time of this one. Also give Kovalev an assist on the goal. 2-0 New York. Desjardins put the puck along the boards. It gets up as far as the line and over the glass. Right there. And the play stopped with 6 minutes and 41 seconds left in the first.
What if I had a company with things to ship? Yesterday's too late. Call Canada Post for shipping. So how fast can your people do it for my people?
Priority Courier guarantees overnight delivery or your money back.
What if that's too fast?
Express Post is cheaper than Courier and guaranteed within 2 business days.
Okay.
And regular posts are least expensive service for routine shipments in Canada.
Anywhere?
Many courier companies use us to get their shipments to some places.
What if you gave us a tour of these places?
Canada Post Corporation, in business to serve.
Universal Pictures and Imagine Entertainment present Tom Hanks.
Houston, we have a problem.
Kevin Bacon.
We're never going to get back.
Bill Paxton.
We're not going to have power much longer.
Gary Sinise. On the hell of a mission. Ed Harris.
Failure is not an option.
Kathleen Quinlan.
What do you mean there's no immediate danger? Can they get back?
A Ron Howard film. Apollo 13. Coming June 30th.
Coming up in our first intermission, of course, Don Cherry will be in the coach's corner.
And Ford's legend tonight is Mud Bruneto, who ended the longest playoff game in history. After 116 minutes and 31 seconds, Bruneto scored to give the Red Wings a win. You remember that one, don't you, Bob?
Yeah, sure I do. 1936, was it? And the puck is cleared out of the zone and down the ice. Rangers 2, Flyers nothing. 6:35 left to play in the first period. And a slow-paced first period. But of course, maybe we've been spoiled after 60 minutes and then overtime last night. Boy, were they going end to end. Kemprios was flat before he could get a shot. Another one deflected just wide of the net as Bukaboom tried to thread it through. Terrian cleared the zone. Slapped on an open wing. Iskevich trying to catch up, and he does. Pass right in front. It was deflected high over the net by Renberg. Looked like a good play, but it went too high. And once again, we're going back to the broadcast center in Toronto. Here's Ron.
Thank you, Bob. The Pittsburgh Penguins do tie their game with New Jersey on this goal. Jaromir Jagr gets it. A nifty little play at the net for Jagr. Ron Francis and Larry Murphy draw assists. Francis now 17 points, leading all scorers. Murphy 12 assists, and Jagr's 9th goal there.
So Shell Samuelson is back tonight. Ulf not. He had x-rays on the ribs. X-rays negative. A bit sore though. He will be back.
Rib cartilage, boy, that can be as painful as broken ribs. One thing Ulf Samuelson does, he gets back quicker after injuries than most players in this league.
Swoboda, long shot, doesn't reach the Ranger net. It was blocked in front of Richter. Larmer dumping one in, bouncing it wide of Hextall. He reached out to stop it. Starting the Flyers clearing. This is Semenov up to the line. Semenov is stopped. Nobody offside now with the Flyers slow, encircling and getting back out. 5:34 remaining in the period.
Eric Desjardins, the hero of game one with 2 goals and the big one in overtime on a nice wrist shot from just inside the top of the circle. And as Ron McLean mentioned at the tail end of last night's show, the Montreal Canadiens are in on every goal the Philadelphia Flyers scored.
You suspected that overtime would come fairly early, and you were right. 7:03, the goal by Desjardins.
I thought I owed you a short one after that long one on Washington that night. LaFontaine had it in the 4th overtime period.
Rangers lead this one 2-0 with 5:20 remaining. First period. Rangers in after the puck. Back to the net, and they're moving it around very well. This time, however, the pass intended back to the blue line was intercepted, and the Flyers move up and nearly go in. 2-on-1. Nedved is dumped to the center ice area. Got back up and slapped at the puck. Got right to Holler. Desjardins trying to move it in. Crowd in on the boards. Close checking now. And look at Deneen. He didn't like the way he was being treated, and from his knees, I think, threw 1 or 2 punches. Well, these two teams, you know, are going to go at it in this series. We'll be back.
I always buy my cars at Rose City Ford, and when I came in to test drive the new Contour, I was looking for something just like me, into safety and good to the environment. While the Contour fit the bill, I also have this adventurous fun side. That's when John gave me the keys and we took it for a ride. And when we came back, I just took it, and I've never looked back, except to wave thanks to John and the gang at Rose City Ford. I love my Rose City Ford.
In the news business, your name means everything.
Percy Hatfield, news journalist at CBC Windsor.
You have to earn credibility. And every day you do a news story, you put your name on it. And if your name stands for something, in this town, I think my name stands for fairness. We're giving the straight goods, and we're fair, and we're accurate, and we're dependable.
Percy Hatfield, a part of the CBC News home team at 5:30 and 11. If you're not watching us, you're not getting the whole story.
People around the National League say Eric Lindros is the next great player. Take a look at the comparison of points scored in the first 125 pro games by these 6 superstars. These people are probably right. He's 22 years old.
Probably stopped growing now, has he heard?
I hope, but not as much as his opponents hope he stopped growing.
4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first period here in Philadelphia, with the Rangers grabbing a 2-0 lead on power play goals. Ryan Leach scoring both. Lindros trying to do something for the Flyers now. He and Renberg come out there. Went Leclerc going to the net. Lindros forced to go back to the net. He gets out front. Gets the puck to the line, and the shot is deflected wide. Flyers are still on it. Leach made a fine play, and the play is stopped. There's got to be a penalty called, maybe more. Verbeek is the Ranger player. The referee on this side saw it happen on the far side and called it.
I keep my home in top running conditions. I only buy the best.
For your cooling needs, call your independent Lennox dealer.
Imagine my surprise when I discovered air conditioners just 8 years old may not be as efficient as newer ones.
Your Lennox dealer can install a new Lennox unit for you.
So I replaced my old one with a new one from Lennox.
They can help cut cooling bills up to 40%.
Now my home runs like a finely oiled machine. I've got more of these somewhere.
Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
Only a 1 penalty. Pat Verbeek of the New York Rangers. It's interference.
You can see the Rangers, a good job in the defensive zone coverage. Everybody's taken. On the left, you can see Verbeek knocked him down. Then he pinned him and gets called for interference.
So before this period is out, the Flyers get yet another power play. And they're 0 for 3 in that department in this first period. Flyers win the draw. That's the start. Dykehouse put it ahead. Fired into the corner for Dineen. Dineen is shot. Rangers try to come up with it. They do. And down the ice it goes. 1:40 left in the penalty. 3:50 in the period. 2-0 New York in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Semifinals. Overtime win by the Flyers last night. Rangers killing penalties again tonight. This is the 4th power play of the period for Philadelphia. Brindamore takes the pass and skates over center. Tried the shot in on the boards, hoping it would come out, but it hit the back of the net. And there, waiting for it, was Kovalev. Fans are getting restless. Hextall out and fired a hard pass up. Brindamore is stopped. Where's the puck? Brindamore couldn't find it. Comes to Lindros, and he just threw it right at Nemchinov. And the Rangers shoot it in again. 40 seconds left to the penalty. To Verbeek. Pass across center. Leclerc dropped it back. Here's a chance. Desjardins hit the goalpost. Off the crossbar or the post and went into the crowd.
Well, the Rangers back checkers forgot to look and see if Philadelphia defenseman was joining the rush, and look at the time and the space that Eric Desjardins had. And he puts it right off the crossbar, and it's up out of the rink. And here's what Richter saw or heard. He couldn't get his glove on that rocket, but the face-off will go outside because nobody touched the puck on the Ranger team. And the goal post, or the goal crossbar, put it out of the ring.
Crossbar and the post, just where the two join. And into the crowd. Close call, but it's still 2-0 New York. 18 seconds left in the penalty, and the Rangers appear to have killed this one off. It's batted out by Leach, who lost his stick. Lindros comes in, backs off, tries to go in again, backs off. He's waiting for the Flyers to clear the zone. Renberg was trapped in there. Now he'll bring it in. The penalty is over, though. And the Rangers have killed off another one. They're fourth in this first period with 2 minutes left. And the Rangers, Brian Leach, who has both goals, is up again. But offside called. Verbeek just inside the line.
That's the first sign that Hextall is getting a little uncomfortable with himself. A little collision between Leach and Hextall. Verbeek's in the middle of this. Verbeek's a feisty customer. Not big in stature, but a big heart, and he's been a tormentor tonight for the Rangers. And it looks like the Flyers are beginning to get a little rattles here, Bob.
Well, you know, 4 power plays and nothing really working. The Desjardins shot was probably the best opportunity. He had lots of time, put it up high, just a little too high and off the crossbar. So they're becoming frustrated.
Now here's the problem. It's an offside. And Leach keeps coming. And it's a nice little gentlemanly collision between Hextall and Leach. No hard feelings. But we know what happens after every time your goalie's bumped.
This time he gets a penalty from both teams.
Now on the power play.
Maybe more.
Sorry, Bob. On the power play, they're waiting for Renberg to get his stick. While Lindros does a stick handling demonstration, Renberg's in there picking up a stick. So there was 20 seconds of the power play.
Right. Lindros had to circle 2 or 3 times.
Look at the knob on Renberg's stick. Most guys have the tape at the top so their hand won't slide off and it's got a grip. He puts his down about 8 inches. I asked him about that today, and he said he just gets used to the grip down there. He likes to have that on the low part of his hand, and he's got a little wee knob at the top. Everyone has a unique stick. And the length, the weight, the height, all different and all personal. And general manager told me when I started coaching pro hockey, Bob, don't ever criticize a player's wife, his girlfriend, or his hockey stick, and not necessarily in that order.
Well, the penalties at 18:04. Verbeek of New York for roughing, Matteau of New York for roughing, and Leclerc of Philadelphia for roughing.
This is only the first period of game 2. These guys are going to be bitter enemies by the end of it. And the Rangers are trying to get under the skin of Lindros, talking to him, jabbing him, harassing him. And Messier is leading the department in that.
Yet another power play for Philadelphia with 1:56 seconds left to play in period number 1. This is their they're 0 for 3 now. This is their 4th. Long shot from center. Leach had cleared first time. No mistake on the second attempt. 1:35 left into the period. 2-0 New York. Pass through center by Svoboda. He tried to go into the net. Here comes Renberg. Richter the save. Puck is knocked high and out to center ice. Desjardins ripped it back in. 1:15 left in the period. Hextall is going to leave the net because there's another penalty coming up against New York. 1:12 left in the period, and the Rangers have a parade to the box.
Adam Graves is going to get it for slashing. And McCrary is leading a parade to the penalty box in an attempt to control this game, which has got a little chippy. Peter Svoboda's the object of number 9, Graves. You're not going to say that that was a penalty for that little tap in the rear end. Guys get harder taps when they score goals from their own players.
Already shorthanded. Well, relax, Harry. Graves is coming on in the first.
He'll handle the referees, will he? Awful, all these penalties like this.
Now the crowd is standing up and getting the Flyers going. Well, it's a 5-on-3. If they don't do it now, the Rangers will catch fire in the second.
Well, here's Lindros and Messi. They got into it early in the series. Here's a little flashback to last night's game. And this animosity has increased and is carried on tonight.
All right, 5 against 3. The Rangers trying to slap it out, and they do not. Brindamore chasing the puck in on the corner boards. It comes back to the line. Lindros waiting. Banked it off the boards.
Last minute of play in the first period.
Brindamore. No shot. Centered though. Richter down. The Rangers are going to clear it down the ice. We're in the final minute of the first period.
Bob, the Rangers were down twice for lengthy spells. 5 skaters against 3 last night. Killed them off.
40 seconds left in the period. Rangers 2 players short now with the penalties, and they get it out again. 35 seconds left in the period. Messier skating up there, trying to confuse the Flyers. Brindamore, however, picks it up and comes back down the ice. The pass too far for Desjardins. Brian Leach is there, and so is Messier, and here's Zubov. That'll get down the ice again. 15 seconds left in the period. The crowd getting on their beloved Flyers now, but Lindros is going to try to ignite them. He's over the line, going all the way with this one. No shot! Renberg looking up before he had the puck and fanned on it with only 1.6 seconds remaining in the period.
Renberg, who had 26 goals during the season, has not scored in the playoffs. And he has missed a couple of chances. It could be the knob on his stick that's throwing him off, because this one was a perfect setup on a Lindros rush in the dying seconds of the first period. And watch this. Huh, you're right, he looked up before he shot it. Kevin Lowe was all set to block it if it was along the ice. I'd get a new knob.
Just a face-off now, and Hextall is on the bench. They have 6 Philadelphia Flyers out there. Of course, there's only one can take the face-off.
Can't believe why the right-handed shot's not taking the draw. Yes, he's going to. Terry Murray signaled from the bench.
Try to pound him at the net, but he can't. And the horn goes. And the first period comes to a close with 2 goals by Leach and some great penalty killing by the New York Rangers. As we mentioned, there he is, Don Cherry, and he'll be live in the coach's corner. First period is over here in Philadelphia. The Rangers lead 2-0.
Crisp, clean, no caffeine. Clear your mind. 7-Up.
CBC News World, your source for information, committed to bringing Canadians the news all day, every day, live and up to the minute. CBC Morning News, This Day, News World Early Edition, and now 7 nights a week, The National. Find this symbol in your TV listings and stick with it. CBC News World delivers news, sports, business, and weather as it happens. CBC News World, news on the hour, information around the clock.
Let me tell you about the Stetson man. Once was a legend of the American land. He's a Stetson man. No matter if he's a city boy, deep in his soul, he's a born cowboy. He's a Stetson man. He's a Stetson man.
Hi, what if I wanted to know what Canada Post does besides stamps? Okay, stamps. What else?
We've got money orders, courier services, packaging materials.
Okay, what if I somewhere in Mooseville didn't want my letters piling up?
Our hold mail service will hold them till you get back.
Okay, what if I moved to Beaverhorn?
Well, with our change of address service, all your letters will go right there.
These guys are everywhere.
You know, we got over 7,000 full-service outlets, 50,000 employees.
Why don't you list them for me? Alphabetically.
Canada Post Corporation, in business to serve.
It was a time of glory and sacrifice that would change the course of history. May 8th, VE Day, we pause to remember those who gave so much. 50 years after, a time to celebrate the past, a time of solemn tributes, a time never to be forgotten. In cooperation with the Netherlands Board of Tourism and Duca Community Credit Union, with host Peter Mansbridge, CBC presents a 60-minute home use video.
There are a lot of reasons why we created Ford Windstar to be the only leading minivan that combines standard dual airbags, 8km/h bumpers, and standard anti-lock brakes. Many reasons for giving Windstar secure handling and making it longer for a smoother ride. We could acquaint you with some of these reasons, but why wake them up? Ford Windstar, created by the most important people in the world.
Coach's Corner with Don Cherry.
You can tell we're moving into the second round of the playoffs. Getting the bugs out. You played for a team called the Victorias, is that the truth?
Kingston Victorias. When I get my tie here, Kingston Victorias Junior B, and then I went on to Barrie.
And if you're just tuning in, that ties in with the opening 7 Victorias on the Stanley Cup. A little Victoria Day trivia.
Watches the opening.
I know. Messier I had something. To explain it right there.
Messier something. You know, here's a guy that Lindros was his hero, eh? Mm-hmm. And he says, "I can." You want to hear the speech?
Messier was Lindros.
Well, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Thanks. I think they got the idea.
Sorry.
Anyhow, here's the speech before. Look, you're going to play like patsies here. We're going to play like patsies. We're not hitting. We're not banging. I'll take care of Lindros. I don't care whether I'm his hero or not. I'll take care of him. You guys get going too. And he did. I'll tell you, he win at all costs. This guy wants to win.
Is Eric doing the right thing, not going back at him?
No, Eric, go back at him. Eric's bigger than him. Isn't it a trade if they both go off?
Yeah.
I mean, the captain with the captain. He's got to go back.
When Mark was 23 or 24, I can't think of anybody ever doing that to him. Can you?
Well, I knew a guy, and he was a good kid, and we always we send him flowers on the.
Yeah. How about McTavish?
16.
I know you brought some clips of Game 1.
Okay.
You were raving about Craig. What do you got for us?
Here's a guy, he never gets a defensive award. He never gets anything at all. He's so underrated, he's on the underrated list. But it's funny, Sather, they had Gretzky, they had Messier, who when they were ahead by 1 goal, when they were winning all those cups and everything, who did they put on? McTavish. Muckler takes over, same thing. They had Messier then. Who did they put on, winning by 1 goal? McTavish. Keenan has him last year. I kept track. He played 3.5 minutes when they were winning by 1 goal. He never left the ice. And this year, the same thing, Terry Murray, and nobody ever talks about the guy. I'm the only guy.
You know,
people nuts.
You make a good point, because we've raved on and on about the trade with Montreal, but maybe the first move Bob Clark made was to get Craig McTavish.
But McTavish is not as tough as Bobby Clark, but he plays the same way. Boom. I was surprised Keenan didn't get him. We got a funny little clip here at the start, a little humor at the time. Watch what happens here with his stick. He blocks the shot when it comes out. Now watch, he blocks the shot. No, yeah, and what? It's Verbeek's goal. Watch the guy knock his stick out from... this is kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny. Anyhow, now watch the guy knock it away. Now watch him go at the referee.
His
stick
got tangled in Verbeek's legs, and then Leach knocked it out of the zone.
Well, what do you think?
I know, I'm just... you didn't mention Leach's
What do you think? They're watching the thing too, eh? Anyhow,
subtitles.
Subtitles, all right. Now, we're going to show the last goal, okay? The winning goal. You know, face-offs, not only is he good defensively, let's roll and see what he does. I think he scored this goal. Now watch this. He isn't getting thrown out, by the way. Puts it back. Isn't he a beauty? Desjardins goes over. Watch. Now watch the close-up. We got a close-up. Watch this now. I'm telling you, hit his stick and went up, but he's such a good guy, he would not say it. What a guy. Craig McTavish, he never gets an award, except for me.
In.
No, it didn't.
You don't
think so? You were the guy in Pittsburgh that said the one goal should count. Remember the one that took that? Yes. And I said it shouldn't. You said it did, and they took it back.
You know, what I wonder about is how can video replay determine whether it's 4 feet high or not?
What can I tell you? What can I tell you?
Well, why don't you tell us about one-on-ones? You didn't get to that yesterday.
Didn't get how much time?
Oh, I don't know, about a minute and a half?
Oh, good.
Oh, well over a minute.
Oh, good. All right, here's the story. I'm going to get this one-on-one if it's the last thing I do. You kids, when the defensemen are put up on the tryouts, the coach he puts you on one-on-one. You know why? Because he says how smart you are. You always look at the chest. I'm going over it again. Never at the eyes and never at the puck. I remember when I was in Barrie, I'm going to tell the story again. Hap Ems, I looked down and Nestorenko went in when he was playing for the Marlies. He went in and scored. I went back the next day. I come from school. I was 16. There was a puck with a hole in it with a rope through it. I wore it around my neck to school and everything for a week. And for a month, I carried a puck around. Sometimes you have to be kind you have to be cruel to be kind. And you cannot, when you go out for a tryout, remember, never look at that puck. Now, people out there, what is he talking about? I'm talking to the kids so they make the team next year.
That's very thoughtful of you. And incidentally, our crack research team has found out the answer to that burning question about Lindros. You were saying you didn't like the name Samuelsson, and I said, well, you like Lindros, and you said, what's that got to do? I said, he's Swedish. You says, no, he's not.
You said I said he was Greek, and you went, Greek? So what is he?
I thought he was either Danish or Swedish. He is Scandinavian.
Well, look, I wish you'd stop bringing in this ethnic groups and talking about where people come from and stuff like that. That's not good to do things like that. They're living here now, and they're Canadian, so stop talking about where people come from.
All right, I'll Spartan up. Don Cherry in the Coach's Corner on Molson Hockey Night in Canada, the Stanley Cup playoffs on CBC.
That one.
No, Spartan.
Meet the Parker twins, Bob and Fred.
Hi.
Identical in every way, except when it comes to taking care of their cars. Bob likes the shine of original Armor All Protectant, but not Fred.
I gotta be me.
Fred's discovered the rich, deep finish of new low-gloss Armor All. It protects like original Armor All.
But without the glossy shine.
Original or new low gloss?
Now it's your choice.
On sale this week at Canadian Tire.
Monopoly is back at McDonald's. It's bigger and better than last time, with $10 million in prizes to be won. You could win big instantly, or collect a Monopoly and win. So go directly to McDonald's and play the Monopoly game.
Have you had your break today?
It's time to make your escape to Ohio and Cedar Point. Make your getaway to Ohio and Cedar Point. For money-saving coupons, call 1-800-BUCKEYE for your free Ohio Pass travel planner and Cedar Point family getaway guide. That's 1-800-BUCKEYE.
Welcome to Spago's.
Fine Italian cuisine with that old country flavor like these tasty lamb, tender veal and chicken dinners, exquisite seafood and spicy Spago bruschetta. Drop into the Spago Cafe for conversation, pizza, pasta, or a Spago favorite espresso and cappuccino.
I'm Tony Oliva, your host here at Spago. Please join us for spectacular Italian cuisine and comfortable European atmosphere.
Alan Irwin got his big break playing Monopoly at McDonald's. A cruise for two on the big red boat with airfare courtesy of United Airlines. So did Audrey Lush when she won $25,000. McDonald's congratulates our Monopoly winners.
Have you had your break today?
Continue our tribute to playoff excellence as we present Stanley Cup Legends. This edition features the longest overtime game in history. Brought to you by Ford of Canada, makers of the 95 Ford Contour, proud founding sponsor of the Hockey Hall of Fame and Museum.
We bought the Ford Windstar for its space and comfort, especially space. We have 5 girls. I drive them to their music lessons, swimming, skating, hockey. It holds all of their things. They really like the Windstar. I hope we can raise them up to be responsible and giving good adults.
The 1936 semifinal series between Montreal's Maroons and the Detroit Red Wings opened March 24th. Who'd have known they'd play that night till 2:25 in the morning? The game was scoreless after regulation and would stay that way through 5 periods of overtime. Finally, with the goalies beginning to wilt, Normie Smith of Detroit and the Maroons' Lorne Chabot, it was Mud Bruneteau who finally beat Chabot after 116 minutes of OT. The Wings won their first of 2 Stanley Cups just over 2 weeks later. Legends is brought to you by Ford, makers of the 95 Mercury Mystique, proud founding sponsor of the Hockey Hall of Fame and Museum.
What makes Freed's different? Do the math. Now in progress, Windsor Detroit's best suit sale. Buy 2 quality suits for the price you'd expect to pay for one. 2 suits for $195, 2 suits for $295, 2 suits for $395, 2 suits for $495, and 2 suits for $595. Plus 90 days same as cash, and your American money is now worth $1.40. Quality, service, selection, and value. It all adds up to Freed's.
Went back to my high school for career day. Guess now I'm a role model. Ran into my old coach, didn't even recognize me. Then he says, it's Goldilocks with a decent haircut. Now you're a real man. It's probably a $30 job, huh? Big shot. Still intimidates me. So I didn't say I got my great new look for $8 at Bo-Ricks, but I should have. Should have said, Coach, you don't have to spend big bucks to be a real man. Maybe he would have been proud of me. Nah.
Bo-Ricks. Smart, easy style.
Welcome back. Wife Carrie and I were going to Mykonos and Santorini in September. They'll let us in. Anyway, it's 1-1 at the Igloo in Pennsylvania. Let's go to Pittsburgh. The Devils and the Penguins, they're in a break. Ken Daniels, bring us up to date.
All right, Ron, second period, 16:33 to go in it. We're tied at 1. The Pens hit a goal post, had a goal called back in the first. New Jersey opened the scoring on John McClain's first of the postseason. Came on the power play, and after Sean McEachern had a goal called back due to his high stick, as we showed you, Pittsburgh got one that did count. Jaromir Jagr's 9th to lead all goal scorers. Ron Francis with his playoff leading 17th point. Larry Murphy his 12th assist. He leads all defensemen in scoring. Devils outshot the Pens in the first 13-7, but scoring chances were pretty even. And since '91 in a Game 2 at home, Pittsburgh 9-0. Thought tonight that New Jersey might dump the puck in deep, get on the Pens defense to make a play under pressure, but they haven't done that yet. Al Samuelson still nursing those sore ribs, so he's not in the lineup, but Shel Samuelson is playing. He's wearing a full face shield and has taken a regular shift for the Pittsburgh Penguins. As John Cullen, still looking for his first playoff goal, gets it into the New Jersey zone. Scott Stevens tied up as the Penguins steal. Jim McKenzie along the far boards, gets it to Cullen. Sandstrom was waiting for it back of the net. Puck didn't come to him. Andy Van Helleman gets out of the way of the puck as Chambers sends it around the boards. Halik tipping that puck to the line. And on the near boards, Randy McKay. He takes a bump at center as he was hit by Francois Leroux. He's the man who hit the goal post for Pittsburgh in that first period. Dumped by McKay into the Penguin zone. Going in after it is Chris Joseph, but Reagan wraps it around the boards. Halik steals, sends it through the goal crease. Stevens on the far side. His shot couldn't get away. Peluso looking for it as the puck comes out to center ice and New Jersey takes over. 15:39 to go in this second period as New Jersey brings it in across the line offside. The Devils have outshot the Penguins by a count of 16-7. We're tied at 1 here at the Igloo.
Thanks, Ken. There you have it. The game in Francois Leroux's pants tied up. We'll go back to the Spectrum in Philadelphia for more of the Rangers and the Flyers next on Hockey Night in Canada.
Hey, you, sitting on the fence.
Hi, Candace.
How come you're not getting the most for the least from Sprint Canada like everyone else?
Mom and Dad can't decide, Candace.
Save 50% on every call to the 3 numbers you talk to most each month. One in Canada, one in the U.S., and one overseas. And that's on top of regular time of day discounts.
That did it. Rough to get the most for the least.
I wish I'd said that. Get the most for the least. Call Sprint Canada.
Lots of stuff to put away? Duplicating yourself could help. So could Whirlpool. Introducing the most flexible refrigerator in Canada. With shelves that slide and bins that move. We adjust to you. And if that isn't creative enough, Whirlpool also invented this. The first sliding freezer floor. Perfect. Now everything's in place and together because you and Whirlpool know how to make a home run.
Fitness Depot customers are shown how to get the most from their equipment before they bring it home. Fitness Depot is Canada's home fitness equipment superstore. Fitness Depot has absolutely Canada's largest selection of name brand fitness equipment. Fitness Depot offers the best prices, the lowest prices, and guarantees unbeatable prices every day. Fitness Depot, Canada's fitness equipment superstore.
There is a time to put world events into perspective
Bloody conflict.
and to find out what really matters to Canadians.
Many of the people here are not immune.
Party business, referendum business. CBC Primetime News.
20-foot baskets, 300-point games, 100-yard courts. In the future, athletes will make the game faster, farther, tougher. But today's athlete can choose new All-Sport. Fluid replacement, unsurpassed taste, 4 thirst-quenching flavors. All-Sport is a body quencher. So before it gets to this, new All-Sport, the game will never be the same.
This portion of Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC's Stanley Cup playoff coverage brought to you by Ford Motor Company of Canada Limited. And by Pepsi. Nothing else is a Pepsi.
Welcome back to Philadelphia. I'm Bob Cole with Harry Neal, Scott Russell, and the second period is underway. Power play, Philadelphia. At the line, the Rangers, boy, have they been killing penalties superbly. Up the center, Messier. Knocked down. The play goes right on. Messier gets back up. Flyers come back to bring it out. Straight down the ice. Swoboda left it on the board. Redbird trying to center it. 2 players on the ice knock the puck away, and here's Leach again. What a game he is having. Leach up over the line with a shot. That's blocked with a big rebound. And Hextall was tested severely with that second shot. Makes a big save. Scott Russell is talking to Tom Webster, the assistant coach.
Tom Webster, assistant coach of the Flyers. 5 of 6 goals the Rangers have scored in this series have been on the power play. How do you stop that? In particular, how do you stop Brian Leach?
Well, he's certainly putting on a terrific show for them on the power play, and that is something that we've talked about. It's funny, they've scored a couple goals off of face-offs. They found ways to score off the rush, off of setups. So we're trying to make adjustments with our forward, at least trying to pressure as much as we can to see if we can put them out of position and clear the puck down the ice.
There's Brian Leach. And yes, Mr. Webster, tough to control. Number 2 for the New York Rangers. 2 goals, the only 2 goals in the game so far. Philadelphia moving down ice again. Penalty over. And offside called at the Ranger blue line.
Well, the Philadelphia Flyers had 4 power plays. They had only 1 shot on goal on those 4 power plays. Part of it, they were 2 men up. Only 2 forward shots. The first period was owned by Brian Leach. He had 3 shots on goal. He had 2 goals. And when he had the puck, he made great plays every time. He blocked shots. It was a stellar performance from the Rangers' Conn Smythe winning defenseman Brian Leach.
Lindros and Messier have yet to get their first shot on goal in this game. Nemchinov pinned in on the boards. Tyrion for Philadelphia. Hooked it too high. And the faceoff is going to be to the right of Ron Hextall.
Well, Coley Campbell said in the opening of our show tonight that he wanted his Rangers to take advantage, if they could, of the Flyer defense. And I think his players listen. Coley is the 10th coach for the New York Rangers in the last 11 years. And he wants to stop that trend in New York of replacing coaches.
A minute 13 into the second period. Leach again made a big move and a good pass. High shot rebound. Hextall down. It's around the net. Rangers are pressing right here. Back of the goal. That is Kovalev doing wonders with it. Kovalev trying to hang on to it, and he did a fine job doing it. It is centered again. Kiprios can't get a shot on the goal. Nemchinov back of the net to the far side. Pinned in on the boards. Kovalev comes over. Somehow gets loose. And he circles again. Kovalev is hauled down. And he's going to draw a penalty against Chris Tyrion. But what a shift for Alexei Kovalev.
Why did the whistle go? The Rangers were in complete control of the puck on the delayed penalty call. A lot of good cycling. The Rangers do that well. And if they hang on to the puck long enough, it usually results in a scoring chance or a penalty. And here's the penalty right here on Tyrion, who tackles the Ranger player. There's no doubt about it. No. Brian Leach often comes off the point, as we've seen it. And Kevin Dineen, number 11, his man in the defensive zone coverage is the point. Pretty tough to score when there's 3 hands in that stick. And Kevin Dineen, and I think teams should do this to Leach. I know it's not easy, but don't worry about anything else. If you can take him away from the Rangers, you've taken away their best offensive player, even though he lines up on the blue line. Leach is one of 5 defensemen who have won the Conn Smythe Trophy for the MVP in the playoffs. 2 of them are in the Hockey Hall of Fame, Savard and Orr. Robinson will be shortly, and Al McInnes is the other.
Leach with 2 power play goals in the game. The Rangers power play again, and Leach is there. Leach at the blue line, takes the pass, shoots. That's kicked away by Hextall. And the Flyers shoot it down the ice. Rangers in the game, 2 for 3 on the power play. Leading 2-0 and moving up ice. This is Zubov. Messier in there! A big save by Hextall. Messier breaking in from the left side, going high, and Hextall stopped him. And the Flyers get the puck over the line to center. Lindros decides to wire one in there, and he did, but missed the net. Lindros goes back at the goal, gets the pass. Up for the goal! Goal! A great save by Richter! Now we're seeing Stanley Cup playoff goaltending at both ends. Richter, sensational save. Messier picks his way in over the line with Kovalev. He is stopped. Puck is nearly stolen by Lindros. He was gone free, and he knocked that one away, but he just missed it.
Well, it hit a player on the Ranger bench. That's why the whistle went. And Richter, who has not been very busy tonight, made a phenomenal stop there to keep the 0 under the Flyers on the scoreboard. Here's the stop. Oh, here's the stop that Hextall made right here to keep on Messier to keep it at 2. The next goal would be a killer if the Rangers got it. And one of the things a goaltender can do is not give the team that goal. Here's a wonderful stop right here off Yuskevich by Richter. A desperation slide that worked.
Oh, a huge save by Mike Richter. Coley Campbell was, in fact, thinking most of the day, or a good part of the day, about the goaltending. And as he was telling me before the game tonight, there's no time to panic. We're okay. Richter will play. Zubov shot. Rebound. Popped away from Larmer, and he was open. Larmer has the puck again. Leach at the blue line with Zubov. Zubov winds up. The pass goes off to the right. Back to him. Takes a look to the left. Leach is going in there. Zubov again the pass. And Leach will try to stop this at the point. Keep it in. He does. Rangers on this power play. Try to keep the heat on Philadelphia. They're leading 2-0. Larmer for Zubov. Back to Leach. Leach decides to pass again. Zubov going in. And there's the shot. Hextall to save. Leach. Boy, they handle a puck so well in this power play. The Rangers do. It's deflected in front of Hextall. McTavish misses the chance to clear. The penalty is now over. Rangers try to pass it across in front of McTavish. Got a skate on it. And clears it down the ice, allowing the Flyers to make changes. Rangers line up to come out. 2-0. New York. Noonan won't get near the puck. Flyers pick it up and come back. Desjardins stop at the blue line. Noonan up to the Philadelphia zone with a long shot that'll go into the crowd off Kevin Haller. We're nearing the 5-minute mark of the second period. No change. 2-0 Rangers.
It's big and it's back.
We are talking to you.
Yeah, the Coors Light Talking Can and Cap event.
Hey, all right.
All right yourself. Now this year there's 8,000 Timex Ironman Triathlon watches, 6 Suzuki Sidekick 4x4s, and 20 CMH heli hiking trips for 2.
Keep talking.
Thank you so much. To play, just open a Coors Light Talking Can or bottle, and for no purchase, scratch one of those. By the end of the summer, there ought to be around 8,000 more Coors Light winners. So I'm thinking now's your chance. Talk to me.
You can win right now.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rob Parent.
And I'm Teresa Knudsen.
From Ken Knapp Ford in beautiful downtown Essex.
Lease a new Enforcer on the plan for only $199 a month.
Check out these features: 6,100-pound payload package,
driver's side airbag,
4.9-liter engine with 5-speed manual transmission,
Enforcer paint stripe, chrome wheels, and raised white letter tires.
Lease an Enforcer and get the sporty Enforcer jacket absolutely free.
$199 a month for 24 months for North America's best-selling pickup.
The Enforcer at Ken Knapp Ford.
In beautiful downtown Essex.
15 minutes to a better deal.
Teams played in the National League, both journeyman defensemen, both doing everything possible to stay in the league. 8 for Murray, 11 for Campbell, and they were stay-at-home defensemen who have turned into pretty good coaches.
And they have their teams here in the semifinals of the Eastern Conference. Kevin Lowe tried a long shot that Hextall saw all the way. The Rangers, Noonan on the rebound. Noonan trying to skate away from Haller. Put it in back of the net. Nemchinov takes the pass and the shot. High one. Hextall had a problem with that, but held on to it long enough to get a whistle as he fell to the ice. And Desjardins there helping him.
Well, this is one of the few shifts that we haven't had Bukaboom out and Leach out there with the Messier line against Lindros. Chinov tries that high shot that Hextall finally covers, but it takes a while. But don't forget, with all the penalties the Rangers have had to kill off, Leach, Bukaboom, Messier, and Graves have played a lot of hockey, a man short.
Leach is back on with Bukaboom again for New York. 2-0 Rangers. They haven't hit the 5-minute mark yet in this second period. Rangers win the draw again. Leach moves up. Gets in front of the net. Can't get the backhander away. He slipped by 3 Flyers. Continues to hang on to it. Now then, Brindamore. Stopped again near center ice. Leach. Who else? He's back in there, winding up the drive. And Hextall got the pad on it. Flyers get it out. Brindamore won't reach it. Leach does. Ahead again. Terrien sending Brindamore in. Brindamore's pass. He gets in front with Dineen. DeMaio can't dig it off the boards. He was knocked down. Brindamore is on it with DeMaio. DeMaio is stopped. And the Rangers get it out and down the ice. And an icing call is coming up. played, 5 minutes and 41 seconds of the second period. The New York Rangers are leading here in game 2, 2-0.
Eric Lindros is not showing the form that we saw early in the first game and that we saw most of the games in the season. But here's something to remember, Bob. This is his 4th game in 15 nights. And the week before he played his first game, he could not exercise at all while that eye injury healed up. So I don't think there's any way that this big guy's in game shape. He did not lead 6 days off after he played the last 2 games of the Buffalo series.
He is on there again now. Number 88 for Philadelphia, looking for the puck, as always, but Verbeek will get it out through center to Graves. Zubov moving up behind him with Messier going in a little bit too quickly. And offside at the Philadelphia line.
Zubov led the New York Rangers in points last season, the 93-94 season, had 89 points, and became the first ever defenseman in the National Hockey League to lead a first overall team in scoring. Quite an achievement for this young Soviet player.
Kevin Lowe, the veteran for New York, gives it to Zubov. Messier put it up on the boards and in behind the Philadelphia net. The Flyers pick it up and get it back out and down the ice, and Lowe has to go back quickly because Lindros is coming in. He slipped away from Lindros, but it's centered! Here's Lindros! Lindros, finally!
Well, Kevin Lowe was stripped of the puck behind the net, and the turnover right here started this play off. A great opportunity by Renberg. Lindros picks the rebound up, and showing a lot of patience and a long reach, outweights Richter before he puts it in. There is the turnover caused by Lindros, and he steps out front, and the puck's there, and he puts it in, and the Flyers, who have been snoozing for most of this game, have been awakened on a goal by their captain and leader, Eric Lindros.
6:15, the time of the goal here in the second period. That'll be unassisted. I think. Maybe Renberg.
Renberg put the shot on the goal.
All right, and they give another assist also to Leclerc.
Leclerc passed it to Renberg, who missed the shot, and that's why those two guys did it.
So scoring play at 6:15. Lindros is second of the playoffs for Renberg and Leclerc. 2-1 now. Rangers by a goal. This should fire up the Flyers. McTavish steps in over the line, and he stepped in too quickly. Offside is called at the Ranger blue line.
Well, the Flyers, who have been fairly lifeless and have not been able to take advantage of some power plays, may be inspired by this crowd that's been taken right out of this game. And there is the big line. They're coming out again. Terry Murray often going on a 2-line system here to try and get his team going. And here's the goal again. Richter's paralyzed and cannot beat Lindros across the net with that big long reach, and Lindros ties it up, or puts the Flyers within one of tying it.
13:01 left to play in the second period. Nedved is out there against Lindros now. He won the draw. Nedved did. And now the Rangers, 3 of them move up across center. Nedved takes it over the line. It's poke checked away, and the Flyers are on it quickly. Fired back in front. Leclerc couldn't make the play. Got it again. Now in front of the goal. Renberg all tied up. Lindros takes his man. Pounded him to the ice. And here's Nedved. His shot 2 feet wide. Larmer nailed by Lindros. Lindros on the puck. He's charged up. If his mates aren't. Renberg knocked down at the Ranger blue line. toe for New York. Long shot deflected. Hextall had to be sharp to grab that one. Well, the pace has picked up after that goal by Eric Lindros.
This is spring in Jeep territory, and this is your season's pass. Right now, a Jeep YJ with a 2.5-liter four-cylinder engine, power steering, four-wheel drive, reclining front bucket seats, full metal doors, removable hardtop, all-terrain tires, and AM/FM stereo cassette is just $15,988. At this price, Jeep territory has never been so accessible. See your local Jeep and Eagle dealer.
It's here, the magic of Tiger Days, only at Esso. Tiger Days is a whole month of special offers, exciting events, plus all the friendly service, value, and convenience you expect. Pick up a Tiger Days special, say hello to a friend, or treat yourself to a great snack. Tiger Days means Esso value and more. So come in all month long and experience Tiger Days. You won't want to miss the magic.
You're on your way with Esso.
Well, Eric Lindros and his line mates have been in on 5 of the 6 goals the Flyers have scored in this series. We all know Lindros can score, and here he throws Steve Larmer into the glass. Here's another look at the goal. First of all, he causes the problem by the forecheck on Lowe. Steps out in front, is rewarded with the puck, and makes no mistake.
It is 2-1. The New York Rangers are leading. The Flyers get the puck up across the line. And Kevin Lowe is back there again. Pulled it away from Semenov. Therrien. High pass, gets to center. Zubov shoots it down the ice. They'll call this one icing with Yuskevich back to pick it up. And the Rangers now back on their heels a little bit.
Coley Campbell was telling me last night after the game that the Rangers are not a good team when they sit back and get too far over the line between offense and defense and get trying to protect the lead by being a defensive team. They're far better going after the other team and thinking that things could happen the wrong way and making sure they're not foolish offensive decisions. There's Keith Allen, former GM of the Flyers, sitting in front of Bobby Clark, and beside Bill Barber.
Face off to the right of Richter. Beaten once tonight. Here in the second period by Lindros. Flyers on the attack again. Digging it out for the corner, Antosky. It is centered. Yuskevich shoots. That's blocked. Loose puck there. Now Richter has it. It ends up in the net, but the whistle long gone. The crowd obviously not hearing the whistle down there.
Well, this line has played very little for the Flyers, and Tosky, Semenov, and Fedek as a group. Fedek's jumped out at the odd time, but I think Terry Murray wants to give his first 2 lines a rest and see if this line can stir some things up physically and keep the ball rolling that Lindros got rolling on his goal. And they did get a chance to score, but the puck went in the net after the whistle. Semenov tosses it out in front. Here's the shot by Yuskevich. It gets through. The stop by Richter. He doesn't know where it is. The whistle's gone, and then Tosky comes in, but you could see McCreary pulling the whistle out of his mouth after he blew it when the puck went in. So there's no doubt about this one. The whistle went long before the puck went in. Was that an out-turn or an in-turn, Bob?
I think that was an in-turn. It's an out-turn for these Flyer fans. They thought they had the game tied. 11:27 remaining. Second period. 2-1. Rangers leading. Bukaboom. Up on the boards. Took a hit. Janine got it over there for Brindamore. Now Bukaboom. Again against Janine, who centered it. A low shot. Not all of it by Brindamore. Just missed the far corner. Brindamore into the corner to pick it up for Philadelphia, but taking a rough ride as he tries that from Brian Leach. They battle away for it. It will not come loose. The referee standing right there. Now it's loose, but they jam it again. Close quarters, 4 of them. Finally, the Flyers get it. One of them up Rangers now turn to press. And Graves, bumped by Haller, shakes it off. Turns the other way for Verbeek, and Messier missed it. Zubov moving up, put it in for Graves. He's hit immediately. Messier left it for Verbeek, and the Flyers pick it up. Haller grabbed from behind, keeps going. Verbeek trying to knock it off the boards. Messier is there also for New York. And this time, McCreary says, I'm going to send somebody off, I believe.
Well, Joe Watson, when I saw him talking to Scott, reminded me of a story about the Flyers when they were winning the Stanley Cups in the early 70s, that Fred Shero used to plane the ice. Get the ice planed down from 3 feet off the boards, into the boards, all the way around the rink, because he had those big tough wingers, Kelly, Selesky, Dornhofer, Schultz, to mention a couple, and the puck would stay along the boards because it would slide down there. Now, do you believe Fred Shearer would do something like this?
Yes, I do.
His team was the best team on the boards in the early 70s. I don't think that's being done now, but that may have been one of Fred Shearer's attempts to get an edge, and he loved to get an edge.
Pair of penalties handed out here.
17, for Beak, 2 minutes for elbowing. Flyers penalty number 9, Rob DeMaio, 2 minutes for roughing.
There must be a real prize down there in the feet of all these players.
Rob DeMaio, Flyers, 2-minute minor.
Verbeek comes back on DeMaio, and McCreary watched it for a long time before he finally called the penalty. So it's 4 skaters against 4.
Verbeek, you saw the elbow roughing against DeMaio. Rangers now with a little more room for Leach. Nedved left it up the line. A long shot, no problem for Hextall. And the Flyers get it ahead. 2 of them are up there. Renberg trying to race in there, but Bukaboom got in first. Got in front of the net. Leach. The pass goes up to center ice, and now Nedved takes it on the fly. Nedved onto the brakes and turned back. Deflection in front by Larmer, didn't work. Just past the halfway mark of the second period. 2-1, the Rangers are leading. Kevin Lowe takes a hit. Put the puck in, though, and Larmer was trapped inside the line offside.
Larmer's were complaining to McCreary about no penalty on the play. Lindros gives it to Kevin Lowe from behind and drags him down. And the play was offside. As you can see, the Ranger forward was still trapped in there. One thing Lindros can do, and it puts him in an elite select group in the National League, heighten his teammates' performance with his own performance. And there you can see what Larmer was complaining about. He got cut in the eye. It's like Edward Scissorhands has been working on.
9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the period. New York Rangers lead the Philadelphia Flyers 2-1. The Rangers move up. 4 skaters on 4. Flyers try to pick it up and get out. It'll be Semenov getting it ahead. Leclerc's shot, a high one again. Bounces off the glass. Strange angle. Came right back to Leclerc. He's in the slot. He escapes and shoots. This Leclerc on the rebound. Can't handle it. And the Rangers get the puck out of their own zone. Zubov is moving up across center and going in. Dropped it back for Lowe. Lowe coming in with a weak shot. And it's swept down the ice by Semenov, who had broken his stick.
Clever play by Kevin Lowe. He knew that if the hand pass was touched anywhere but the Flyer zone, it'd be a whistle. And Lowe got the whistle.
This is spring in Jeep territory, and this is your season's pass. Right now, get a Jeep YJ, the original Jeep, for just $15,988. Jeep Cherokee, the classic Jeep, for just $24,888. Or choose Jeep Grand Cherokee for only $29,988. With deals like these, Jeep territory has never been so accessible. See your local Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Imagine adhesives so strong they help hold together 100 tons of soaring transportation. Imagine a fabric so bright it lets you see an accident in time to prevent it. Imagine a single disc so powerful it can store almost everything imaginable and protect it for a lifetime. These products and thousands more that make our lives better exist because the people at 3M imagine.
The closed captioning portion of this program is brought to you by Bank of Montreal.
We are back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. I'm Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth, Scott Russell and the Hockey Night in Canada crew along with us. And we're happy that you are with us. We have 8:30 left of the second period. It is 2-1 New York Rangers. 2-0 coming into the period. Lindros scoring for the Flyers here in the second. Rangers on the attack here. But it's taken away by Renberg. Going around his own net and starting back out to center. Picks up a little speed going in. Tried to jam through the defenseman, but could not. Haller will have to come back for Philadelphia. Larmer watching him. Haller put it up to Lindros. He's stopped. And offside is called at the Philadelphia line.
Well, everybody's trying to get Lindros upset. They got him so upset he finally scored a goal. But he's getting a lot of attention paid to him by a lot of Rangers. And they look like they've stopped trying to hit him. Now watch the linesman here. Watch Larmer's stick on the linesman here dropping the puck. Right in the face. I know when Gordie Howe played and he used to get mad, played for me in Hartford, he used to get mad at the linesman or the referee. The referees dropped the puck in the zones then. He would hit the referee in the hand when he dropped the puck to get his message across and then tell him how sorry he was.
8 minutes left in the second period. 2-1. Rangers. Tyrion shoots the puck in. Richter out of the net to stop it for Jay Wells. And the Rangers move it out smartly. Up to center ice. It's shot in by Wells. They pour in after it. Messier will take it off the boards. Saw Leach coming in from the line. Leach eluding a hit, though. And he had to lose the puck to do it. Philadelphia back in. Renberg shoots. Nice glove save by Richter as Renberg was firing for the short side.
Well, the Flyers certainly have come to life since the goal. At least they've gone a little bit on the offense. They were non-existent in chances to score. They had only 6 shots in the first period, and here's a shot from 39 feet that's well handled by Richter, who plays out as far as any goalie in the league on angle shots. Look at him there. Doesn't give much of a target for the shooter, but if there's a late pass across, Richter's got miles to go to get across to cover a shot from the other side of the ring.
Face off now to his left in the Rangers zone. 2-1 Rangers. Zubov coming up along the boards. Nobody was open, so he just threw it up there to center ice, and Richter will have to come out. Brendamore coming in. The other side, DeMaio picked it up, and it comes back out to center ice. Philadelphia regrouping. Deneen took a bump from low, got the puck ahead. DeMaio chasing after it back of the goal. Brendamore on this side, put it through the crease. Deneen didn't see the pass in time. DeMaio to Tyrion. That was deflected, but missed the goal. Deneen, good pressure by Philadelphia. Puck going high over the net again. Richter nearly fell down. He went off balance trying to reach it. It was up over his head. Flyers continue to pass it around. Tyrion shot nowhere near the net. Yuskevich took a shot that's blocked. And the Rangers trying to find the puck. Zubov lost that chance. Brendamore in the corner. DeMaio with him. Brendamore again. Takes a look around. Lots of time to move it. Gets it back to Yuskevich. His shot into the crowd. It's knocked back out to center ice. Rangers on it, and Graves gets rid of it down the ice as the Rangers want to make changes. 6 minutes left in the second. A goal apart, these two. Karpatsev in his own zone, got it up to center. Flyers on it again, and they bring it back in. Yulin, back of the goal, it goes. Yulin again, left it there. Fired back in, and a penalty coming but they won't get the chance to get the extra man on as the Rangers get the puck and the penalty.
Alexei Kovalev did not take a very smart penalty there. The puck was away over on the other side of the net, and he threw the Flyer player down right in front of the net. 27 on Yulin right here. Puck goes by him, and he pulls him from behind, and referee McCreary had no choice. Send him to the box. 5:35 to go in the second period. The Flyers get another power play.
They are 0 for 5 on the power play in this hockey game.
And 1 for 7 last night, so 1 for 12. They have to repair that part of their game if they want to advance in the playoffs. You can't have a power play that's 1 for 12 and win the games you should win.
Well, they get an opportunity to rectify that and tie the game here now with 5:35 left in the second. The big penalty killers for the Rangers are on. Leach and Bukaboom, Messier and Graves, and Richter stalling, I would say, for a little time for Messier.
Looks like his suspenders are probably broken or have come apart. He says he's all right. Can't go to the bench and get equipment assistance anymore in this league. The referee helps you, player helps you, or they change goalies on you.
We are set to go on this Philadelphia power play. Lindros could not win the draw, and Leach knew nobody was on that side. And quickly he put it over into the boards in the corner.
That's the downside of the 4-up power play face-off. There's nobody on the long side. Leach knew it and lobbed it down the ice.
Philadelphia moving. Swoboda leading the rush. Leach there again and knock it down. He nearly hit Messier near center ice. Only Swoboda was in reach of Messier had he got that pass. Desjardins straight up the ice. He'll go to center and to shoot it in. Richter knew it, got out quickly to stop it. Bukaboom, but he hit the Philadelphia player and couldn't get it out. So the Rangers had to hustle and move it to the boards and get it up. One-on-one. It is Noonan going in there. He had Dykehouse, the only man back, who beat him. It's stopped at the line by Lowe, and he allowed it to roll out to center to kill some more seconds on the penalty by giving it to Zubov, to Lowe again. Moving up. Pass to center, intercepted by Lindros. He's coming in. The shot blocked. Lindros has it again. Going around the net. Lindros on the power play for Philadelphia. Back to the line. The long shot tipped in front, but cleared away. And the Rangers get it out with 30 seconds left in the penalty. Noonan took a look at the clock and shot it down the ice, and the Rangers get a chance to change again. The penalty killers. 4 minutes left in the period. 2-1, New York. Power play Philadelphia for another 15 seconds. And they shoot it in. Semenov on it. Back to the line where Yuskevich gave it to Semenov again. Bumped by Leach. He went down, however. It's passed back. Dykehouse, no shot. Brindamore takes it off the boards. Rangers do not clear it. The penalty is over. Philadelphia passing it around. Back of the goal, out front, quick shot by Renberg. Hit the side of the net. In front again, score! Yuskevich came in from the line.
Yuskevich stepped by the Ranger forward. The Rangers were back at full strength, but the defensive coverage broke down because the right winger did not take the point. There he is. He sees him, but too late. And Yuskevich gets into the slot and specks one home. Nice play by Brindamore to see him. A bad breakdown by the Ranger right winger, whose defensive responsibility is the Philadelphia left defenseman, and in that case was Dmitry Yuskevich.
The penalized player was back on in plenty of time to get back and help. So it's not one of those cases where you might say it wasn't a power play goal, but could have been counted as one. He was on in lots of time. The Flyers tie the game. 16:36, Yuskevich from Brindamore and Fedek.
In this day and age of stretching your dollar, here's a car that's no stretch at all, the Mazda 626 Kronos. Perhaps the best family sedan in the country, the 626 Kronos combines elegant styling, standard dual airbags, outstanding performance, and Mazda's 5-year warranty, all at a lease rate that could save you a mint. The 626 Kronos. Oh, did I mention the incredible lease rate?
Let me tell you about the Stetson man. Once was a legend of the American land. He's a Stetson man. No matter if he's a city boy, deep in his soul he's a born cowboy. He's a Stetson man. He's a Stetson man.
Kindrachuk, another one of the great Philadelphia Flyers. How do you like your team? They seem to have the ability to come back, Horace.
Well, I think, you know, they got a lot of youth, and they're big and they're strong. They're going to wear teams down. As long as they're patient, I think the end result will be good, but they got to be patient.
Is there a rebirth of interest in Philadelphia in hockey with this young team?
Listen, I think it's tremendous. I mean, it's nice. We've been void for about 5 years. And I'll tell you what, I wish I was out there instead of here.
Horace, you are one of the greats. Thanks a lot. Guys, back to you.
3 minutes and 15 seconds left to play in the second period. Flyers 2, Rangers 2. Chris Therien behind his own net, waiting to move it. Kevin Lowe stopped his man, but knocked the puck. Rangers move it up to center to Nedved. Gets it over the line with Pat Verbeek. Lowe moving in from the blue line. Matteau turning back. Matteau again takes the return pass. Here's Kevin Lowe moving up. Sharp angle for him though. So he tried to give it to Zubov. He was moving and missed it. McTavish is coming up there now. Flyers keep it in. And Toski in on the boards. Takes his man heavily. Puck comes loose. And the Rangers will get it to the line and out. 2:20 remaining in the second period. Flyers are offside this time as they shoot it in with only 2:19 left in the period.
There's a new neon starting to show up out there. And lurking under its lovable hood is a 150 horsepower surprise. Look for details in the fast lane. Say hello to the other neon, the Sport Coupe. Now at your Dodge and Plymouth dealers.
The Rangers have to go back in their own zone to regroup again. The Flyers are coming on here in the second period. They have tied the game. But here's an intercepted pass by Leach. He's waiting for help. And he fell as he tried to turn a second time at the Philadelphia line. 1:50 left to the period. Flyers move it up. Kyprios had it bounced over the stick. So did Kovalev. Now Leach. Boy, is he moving well again. Leach coming in. Gets his shot, but not much on it and missed by a couple of feet. He went high with his goals. That time a low shot, but missed the net. 1:25 left in the period. Rechter watching the puck go to his right. The Flyers were changing. So Bukaboom has lots of time to move it out. Shoot it down the ice. Rangers in on it. Messier centers it. He saw Verbeek come in front of the net. Now the play is stopped on the offside at the Philadelphia line.
Pat Verbeek's been a real nice addition to the Rangers, giving them a spark on left wing. He got a real break, of course, getting on Messier's line. Tied with Adam Graves as the goal leader for the Rangers this year on his team with 17 goals and has played 237 consecutive league games. Durable, tough, good score.
Now we're down to 1 minute left to the second period.
Players going to play at the
Desjardins covered him all right. And the Flyers get it out. Up to center. Holler coming in. Got to the Ranger line, and Lowe was facing him. But Philadelphia in for checking again. It's knocked loose and cleared back out over the line. Messier brings it around. Looks for a little room to get started. Sees Graves up there at center ice. Neat play up to Larmer. Messier coming in. Messier right in. And a big save by Hextall on Messier, who is in full flight. Back for Philadelphia. Centering pass to Brindamore missed it. Larmer is up there open, but the pass was too far for him. Holler can't touch it. Larmer, good hustle. So no icing, and now a face-off will come to the left of Hextall with 5.7 seconds remaining in the second period. Messier came close.
Boy, was he flying. Renberg forgets to take him. He should have looked over his shoulder. You couldn't get him now if you were on a bicycle. He cuts around the defenseman Desjardins, but can't get the puck between the arm and the pad of Hextall. That's where he's trying to go. And Hextall closes the door on him, and Messier, I don't know whether he skated any faster at any time in his career.
He was flying. He came from center ice, and you were right. The defenseman had turned to the inside.
He's in deep trouble, and Desjardins was. He's trying to take the short route to cut the forward down in front of the net instead of turning to the outside and stopping him from going to the front of it. Emergency move.
He just
911, he yells 911, and he turns left instead of right.
Heard him going by. This last face on the Rangers when they draw the shot right down in front of the net. It's blocked, and the period comes to a close with a blocked shot in front of Hextall. And the shots over 2 periods by the Rangers 19 and by the Flyers only 12. That's Svoboda getting up. He was on the bottom. Well, 2 periods are done here in Philadelphia. The Flyers coming out here in the second period. 2 goals, Lindros and Yuskevich. Hextall and his mates go off in a 2-2 tie in game 2.
At Andre Lanoux Pontiac Buick GMC, we built our reputation for service. Good rent service plus, that is. You'll be met by prompt, courteous service people who understand your vehicle needs. It means a factory-trained technician will perform the work on your car or truck. It means that we can service your car while you wait in most cases. It means that the price quoted on the ground is the same price on the hoist. 96% of our customers said they would recommend us to their friends. Andre Lanoux Pontiac Buick GMC, our service record speaks for itself.
From headlights, to transmission fluid, to tires. Inside, outside, top to bottom, Canadian Tire has you covered. Because we have the experience that comes from servicing over 10,000 cars every day, and more than 65,000 auto parts and products, which means we help maintain more cars than anyone. So whatever you need, come to the one place with everything, Canadian Tire. There's a lot more for your car for a lot less.
Allergy supers. Tulip here. Now listen, loves. If what you're taking for your allergies is making you sleepy, remember the non-drowsy relief of Claritin. Crikey, take it from me, loves. Who feels like being in a bed all summer? Claritin is jolly good for your itchy eyes, runny nose, sneezing, and blimey, you can still tiptoe, not trudge through the tulips, so keep your eyes open, love. If it's non-drowsy you're looking for, look for one that says it on the box.
I use the Interact Direct Payment for just about all my purchases. The direct payment system, it's so quick. You just hand them the card, punch in a couple numbers, and next thing you know, you're out of there. It's convenient. It's simple. I couldn't say enough good things about it.
Win $1,000 using Interact Direct Payment. There are 15 chances to win between May 1st and June 4th.
$1,000? No kidding.
Central Chrysler Plymouth has got a real deal for you minivan lovers. A 95 Voyager at the rock-bottom price of $16,988, and they're loaded. V6 power, front-wheel drive, power steering and power brakes, auto and air, 7-passenger seating, dual airbags, luggage rack, and rear wiper washer. Right now, only $16,988 at Central Chrysler, downtown Elliott at Goyu. A 95 minivan with all the goodies for $16,988. A real deal at the original minivan store. Sale on right now.
3 of the first 4 games of round 2, 1-goal games, and a couple of close ones again this evening as we welcome you back to the broadcast center in Toronto. I'm Ron McLean. Just a couple of updates on news around the NHL. There's a chance there'll be 2 press conferences tomorrow in Winnipeg and Quebec City. For sure there'll be one in Winnipeg to announce details of how the MEC and ownership will save the Jets for at least a year and hopefully more. Government's kicked in $94 million for the building of an arena, but they still are shy of the $110 required, and they'd like a $50 million endowment to cover operating costs over the next 2 years. They will announce how they plan to do it tomorrow afternoon in Winnipeg. So good news there. As for the situation in Quebec, our sources are telling us there'll be a press conference in Quebec City to say the deal is done, that the team is moving to Denver. As you know, Comsat Video Enterprises is out to buy them for $75 million, and the deal was supposed to hinge on Marcel Aubout receiving a 10-year consultant agreement, and they say they'll settle at 5, but more on that. It's not confirmed. However, sources saying that could happen tomorrow. Be ironic. In Quebec, bad news, good news in Winnipeg. Now, tomorrow evening on Hockey Night in Canada, we'll feature the Canucks and the Blackhawks. Jeremy Roenick is expected to play. So is Jeff Brown, by the way. That's the good news for Vancouver fans. You can see Jeremy in favor of shootout. This was during the Toronto series. He was back on skates and looking good in practice. As you know, he's been out since April the 2nd when he collided with Darian Hatcher. The knee injury has recovered. He feels he'll be okay on a line with Denny Savard and Tony Amonte. Reporters spoke to Jeremy about the role he expects to have.
It's pretty good. I think you know, with the guys I'll be playing with tomorrow, I'll be playing a lot. I think Darryl wants to get me right back in and get me in quick and trying to get me back to shape as fast as possible. So, you know, with the exception of penalty killing, I think I'll be playing a lot.
Have the doctors said anything to you about overdoing it or becoming fatigued and re-injuring yourself?
Yeah, they've warned me about it, but I think I'm at the point now where hard work's only going to benefit me right now. I don't think my knee is strong enough. I do think it's strong enough now where it can handle a tremendous amount of work and punishment, and you know, I'm going in with an open mind and a very positive mind, and I think that's you know, the first step to a return is making sure your head's into it.
Jeremy Roenick and Jeff Brown set to be in action when the Canucks and the Hawks meet tomorrow evening at 8:30 ET, 5:30 on the West Coast. Up next, we'll send you to Pittsburgh, where it's 1-1 there on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
If you're searching for a new or used vehicle, you could travel all over southwestern Ontario looking for the best deal. Or you could take the short drive to the Tilbury Auto Mall. You'll discover nearly 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans to choose from at super small town prices, plus the friendliest service around.
C. Lally Ford, Sales and Leasing.
Andre Lanou, Pontiac Buick GMC.
Gary Mackey, Chevrolet's Geo.
And Tilbury Chrysler Jeep Eagle. Your search ends at the Tilbury Auto Mall on Highway 2 just off the 401.
This man is watching his back. He's watching a back care video from IDA's HealthView Library. Free to borrow from your local IDA drugstore. Your complete HealthView Library.
At IDA.
Silken Lauman is watching her health. She's looking into a healthcare video from IDA's HealthView Library. Free to borrow from your local IDA drugstore. Your complete HealthView Library.
Your health is worth watching.
At IDA.
Allergy Supers. Dula Fair. Now listen, loves. If what you're taking for your allergies is making you sleepy, remember the non-drowsy relief of Claritin. Crikey, take it from me, loves. Who feels like being in a bed all summer? Claritin is jolly good for your itchy eyes, runny nose, sneezing, and blimey, you can still tiptoe, not trudge through the tulips, so keep your eyes open, love. If it's non-drowsy you're looking for, look for one that says it on the box.
At Jim Allen Chevrolet in Essex, Good Wrench Service Plus stands for expert service by qualified technicians, all at an honest price, like our 29-minute oil change or the next one's free. Our parts and service department is open Saturdays from 8 to 1 for your convenience. Our parts department carries a complete line of genuine GM parts. We've received the President's Triple Crown Award 10 times. This is General Motors' most prestigious dealer award for sales and customer satisfaction. Just one more good reason to come to Jim Allen Chevrolet in Essex.
It's the feast day of St. Coleman, the patron of roast beef.
Listen to him almost every day.
He has respect for cats.
Disc Drive with Jurgen Goth, weekdays on CBC Stereo.
Welcome back to Hockey Night in Pennsylvania. 2-2 at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, and they're tied at 1 at the Igloo in Pittsburgh. Let's go there now for live action with Ken Daniels. Ken?
Thank you, Ron. 13:49 to go in this third period. What a third period it has been. Troy Murray and Joe Mullen. For Pittsburgh, they missed a 2-on-0. Bobby Halik and Zella Pukin, who shot wide on a 2-on-1 for the New Jersey Devils. They had a great chance. Larry Robertson and Jacques Lemaire can't be too pleased if they think their team is going to win a shootout with the Pittsburgh Penguins. But surprisingly, a close checking game throughout. Both goals came in the first period. McLean opened it for New Jersey. Jagger replied for the Pittsburgh Penguins with his 9th. And Murphy picked up an assist, and Murphy has a point in every single Pittsburgh playoff game. So a pretty close checking throughout the first 2 periods, but this third period has been wide open. Ken Reggett's been terrific for the Penguins. The Devils have outshot Pittsburgh 28-20, but really scoring chances even at about 13 apiece, with about a couple for each team coming in this third period. The face-off coming up to the right of Martin Brodeur. Sean McEachern against Neil Broughton, who's played a strong game tonight for New Jersey and has been checking the top line of Francis Jagger along with Stevens as the Devils bring it into the Pittsburgh zone. But they're offside, and Shel Samuels, wearing number 28 for the Pittsburgh Penguins and wearing a face shield, as you can see, is back into the lineup. Al Samuelson still nursing sore ribs from that Washington series. He's a quick healer, though, isn't sure when he can get back into the lineup, but he'd love to go as soon as possible. We get a look at Thomas Sandstrom for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Sandstrom with 3 goals in this series, along with 3 assists, a couple on the power play. Luc Robitaille rang one off the post in the second. He had Brodeur beat, and Francois Leroux has also hit the post for the Penguins. Joseph with it. It's cross-ice feed for Samuelson. He fanned on it. Circling is Robitaille, up to McEachern. He's hit hard by Danico, and Neil Broughton has it for New Jersey. He's been terrific since coming over from Dallas, where he spent his whole career with the Stars organization and beside the Penguins net. And Pittsburgh Sandstrom will get it ahead to center for Robitaille. Got it through to Norm McIver, but couldn't get it inside the zone. Then McIver knocked down the pass at the Pittsburgh line, but Broughton steals. Broughton into the slot, drops one back to the point. That shot hit a leg, and Pittsburgh will control. As McIver to Chris Joseph. Joseph steps across center and shoots one in. Ken Danico, partner on defense along with Driver, circles the goal. Danico off the boards and gets it out to center. Larry Murphy, the leading point getter among defensemen, shoots it back into the Devils zone, and Driver has it again. Stevens on him quickly. Round the boards, Jagger. He couldn't pick it up. Quick feed for Lemieux, right wing side. Lemieux scores! Claude Lemieux on the 29th shot for New Jersey has given the Devils a 2-1 lead over Pittsburgh with 12:11 to go in this third period. Claude Lemieux with his 4th goal of the playoffs, and he has 7 goals now in this, his 13th career playoff game versus Pittsburgh, and it is 2-1 for New Jersey. A quick feed as Lemieux took it well, coming in across the line, faked on Reggett, and great shooting position before he got to that goal line. Was able to beat Reggett, who was down and out. Nice fake there by Lemieux. Puts it in, and New Jersey didn't want to get into a shootout with Pittsburgh. But a terrific play by Claude Lemieux, who has given the Devils a 2-1 lead. The shot's 29-20 favoring Pittsburgh. Driver picking up 1 assist on that goal at 7:49. The other assist going to Richer. So Lemieux is fourth from Richer and Driver. It is 2-1 for New Jersey. Jagger, his pass in across the line, and it's offside. The Devils leading 2-1. Molson, Hockey Night in Canada on CBC returns in a moment.
Everyone knows water and wax don't mix. Everyone's wrong. Introducing Wax Packs, the revolutionary car wax that disperses in soap and water to wax your car while you wash it.
I'm waxy.
New Wax Packs, waxes while you wash.
Across Canada, people like cruise winner Don Lust are getting their lucky breaks playing the Monopoly game at McDonald's. Michael Musician won a $5,000 shopping spree, and Hallie Adair won $50,000 cash. McDonald's congratulates all Monopoly winners.
Have you had your break today?
Whoa, Spider-Man!
Sorry I can't hang around.
There's the actions at McDonald's. Now you can get a cheeseburger Happy Meal with Spider-Man characters and their hot cars.
Spider-Man, I just saw Scorpion in the drive-thru.
One with every Spider-Man cheeseburger Happy Meal you buy.
To vote in the June 8th Ontario provincial election, your name must be on the new list of voters. If you don't have proof of enumeration, Form 301, and are qualified and wish to vote, check your local newspaper for the Elections Ontario ad. It gives you a number to call for information on how to protect your right to vote. No Form 301? Check the ad and make the call. Elections Ontario, keeping you informed.
Home Hardware.
Home of Canada's paint experts.
Home has one of the most advanced paint facilities in North America. We produce 15,000 cans a day, homemade in our very own plant.
We put Beauty Tone through the toughest testing in the industry.
We back it with our no quibble guarantee.
And 900 home dealers across Canada guarantee a great price.
Great price, friendly advice at Home Hardware.
It's here, the magic of Tiger Days, only at Esso. Tiger Days is a whole month of special offers, exciting events, plus all the friendly service, value, and convenience you expect. Pick up a Tiger Day special, say hello to a friend, or treat yourself to a great snack. Tiger Days means Esso value and more. So come in all month long and experience Tiger Days. You won't want to miss the magic.
You're on your way with Esso.
Everyone knows water and wax don't mix. Everyone's wrong. Introducing Wax Packs, the revolutionary car wax that disperses in soap and water to wax your car while you wash it.
I'm waxy.
New Wax Packs, waxes while you wash.
Welcome back to the Igloo in Pittsburgh. We'll get you back to Philadelphia for the start of the third period in a moment. Here it is 2-1, New Jersey leading the Pittsburgh Penguins. Ken Daniels along with you as Larry Murphy turns with it at center. Claude Lemieux, as you saw moments ago, has given the Devils that 2-1 lead here in the third. John McLean and Jaromir Jagr traded goals in the first period. The Devils shot in, and Ken Reggett comes out to hold on as that quick shot came in from Sergei Brylin. So 10:45 to go here in the third. 2-1 Devils. Molson Hockey Night in Canada returns in a moment.
Hello, I'm Lois Marshall, and you're about to become famous. If you've ever taken a lesson or exam through the Royal Conservatory of Music, as I once did, we'd love to hear from you. We're creating a beautiful book and historic register listing our former students from across Canada. This will become part of a permanent display on the history of the Conservatory. Call us now at 1-800-709-0888 and take your place in music history.
To 7-year-olds, nothing could be more confounding than the laws of physics. Crumple zones, safety cages, and the science of impact have little impact on them. That's life. In the inspirational design of Volkswagen's new Jetta to protect driver and passenger and 7-year-old, every grain of that science, every principle of those laws of physics have been brought to life. And that's engineering. The new Jetta, engineered for life.
Welcome back to Philadelphia, where the Flyers have tied it in the second period. Lindros from Renberg and Leclerc at 6:15 at 16:36. Yuskevich in from the blue line from Brindamore and Fedek. Now, Scott Russell with Kevin Lowe.
Kevin, how about an estimation of a period which swung dramatically in Philadelphia's favor?
Well, I think we pretty much controlled play until I lost the handle on that one and gave him a goal, and it seemed to give him a little bit of life. And then we took a few penalties, and you know, that's the nature of the playoffs. It's a swing of momentum. It's just you know, up to us to sort of grab it back now.
This is a pressure point in the series because you don't want to go back to New York down 2-0. How will you come out in third?
Well, we'll come up with the same intensity as we did in the first period, and we showed spots of it in the second, but you know, we just want to get better as a team every period and every game, and so far I think we're playing a little better game tonight than we did yesterday.
As a kid on the Hockey Night in Canada promo, who was your favorite team, Kevin?
Well, I don't want to admit it because we're playing against them, but as a kid watching the Flyers in the early 70s, they were something to behold, I have to say.
All forgotten now. Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and the third period is underway. And again, it's tied 2-2. Rangers with the first 2 goals. Flyers got 2 in the second. Messier on the attack early. Sliding one into Hextall. Steered it away easily. Here's a lead pass. Brind'Amour scores! Brind'Amour! Flyers lead.
Both teams are a man down, playing 4 skaters against 4. Dykhouse, a long pass to put Renberg in the clear, and he gets his first goal of the 95 playoffs to put the Flyers up 3-2 here at the Spectrum early before the ice is dried in the third period.
Yes, Renberg, not Brind'Amour. Sorry about that, but these fans here in the Spectrum are not too worried about who broke away. What a beautiful pass that was for Renberg to handle. He made no mistake. Richter at his mercy and whammo right behind him. So the Flyers lead for the first time. 3-2.
Michael Renberg scores for the Flyers his first. The assist from
Richter had to be careful with that bouncing puck. Dykhouse and Lindros assisting on the goal by Renberg. His first at 25 seconds of the period. Boy, when these Flyers want to start fast, they start fast. Rangers on the attack now. Comes back to Lowe. He gets a shot. Loose puck there. Not long enough, though, for any damage. Hextall rolled over and held it.
And the Rangers had a real opportunity to tie this game up in a hurry. But Hextall found it before the Rangers could. Look at Nemchinov all alone with nobody anywhere near him in front of the net, and he tips it down. But the end of Hextall's stick pulled the puck back underneath him. Watch this. The big knob on the end of the stick, right there, pulls the puck under him, and then Nemchinov, instead of the puck, goes into the net. Compliments of Karl Dykhouse.
And Yuskevich did a good job getting in behind the goaltender to make sure it didn't come loose and go across the line. Flyers have taken the lead. They lead 3-2 now. Very quick goal. Here's a long high shot by Leach. Boom shot it in back of the net. Tyrion is there for Philadelphia trying to knock it out. He does to Lindros. He's down the wing and across the line, coming to the center. In on the net. Going for the net, but can't get a shot. Lost it at the last second. Leach going the other way for New York. He trying to go in himself and a stop. There's Brind'Amour and Lindros. Lindros coming in. Getting set. He was tied up by Boom. Garner giving a hard jolt as he made the play back to his own net. Rangers shots by the Flyers early in this period. Renberg at 25 seconds. Dykhouse and Lindros assisted on the goal. Icing coming up against Philadelphia. So the Flyers, for the first time in the game, have taken the lead.
Well, last night, the Philadelphia Flyers fell behind 2-0. Battled back to win it 5-4. Looked like they were history when it got down 2-0. The same script tonight. Down 2-0. They weren't getting much done at all, especially on the power play. And then this goal by Renberg makes it 3-2 Flyers. It's got to be really inspiring for the Flyers, a young team, to come from behind against this veteran Ranger team twice, and demoralizing for the Rangers. Bukaboom plays Lindros as well as you can. He's got the stick up under his arm and then rides him off into the glass.
Rangers high shot knocked down and batted through the crease. And right to Lindros, who gets it ahead to the defenseman Holler. It's centered to Lindros! And he lost it at the last second. Boy, the Flyers are really flying to start this third period. Renberg going after it again. Back to the line. Desjardins shot is blocked. Richter upending Lindros in the crease. Flyers keep it in. Richter out of the net, trying to stop it for Lowe. It's a 3-2 hockey game now. Philadelphia leading. Messier trying to get it back to a tie. Overskates it behind the goal. Verbeek will be on it, however. He left it in the corner, and back to the net is Messier. It's slipped by him and out. Two Flyers pick it up. Deneen coming in, gets the shot. Line stopped by Richter. Terrian fired it in. Deneen was in front. The pass was high for him, though. This David's coming back. Long pass goes down the ice. Karpatsev. Zone. Can't get it out. Richter again picking out the left pad to stop Rindebor's low shot. That's all. He's checked. Noonan. He is checked. Noonan gets loose. Gets it out front. That's all. Great chance. Didn't expect the pass that quickly. Wasn't ready. Karpatsev through center ice. Rangers bring it in, and net that shot missed the goal. Deneen and his man tied up. And from center again, Rangers pounded back in. 3-2 Philadelphia, nearing the 5-minute mark of the third. Brindamore to center, stop. Svoboda right behind him, brings it in over the line. Slipped the pass ahead to Yulin. Back of the goal, coming out front. Richter stopped him, and Kevin Lowe got in front of the net. Nemchinov, he won't find it. It was deflected, but he score! No goal. I don't think the goal will count. Fans do not like it. The whistle again had gone before the puck was knocked in.
Boy, we've had a lot of these in the 95 playoffs. Koharski blew the whistle when he thought the puck was frozen underneath Richter. It came, or not Koharski, excuse me, Bill McCreary. And it came loose and they put it in. McCreary goes over and said the whistle's gone. Puck disappeared. I blew the whistle. The puck went in after the whistle.
The whistle had blown prior to the puck entering the net.
Let's see if we can hear it.
So this comes at 4:37 of the third period. Renberg has given the Flyers a 3-2 lead, scoring at 25 seconds. Dykhouse and Lindros. The Flyers came out, Harry, for this third period, almost carbon copy of the way they started the overtime yesterday. They just blew by every Ranger in sight. And that long pass to Renberg, and he scored at 25 seconds.
And Richter's been pretty good here in the first 5 minutes of the third period, or it could be more than 3-2 Flyers. He's made 2 or 3 great stops on difficult chances.
5 shots in this period. Face off to the right of Richter. Odin trying to slip it back to McTavish. It didn't work, so Boda fell. Got back up and shoots it in again for Philadelphia. That is Toski. Got it up front. Down goes Richter. He doesn't know where it is. It's behind the net. Kovalev gets it out. Nemchinov is nailed by Toski. Rangers, Brian Leach lifting a soft one into the Philadelphia zone. Shoot it down the ice. Icing waved off. So the Rangers have to get back in a hurry. Here he is again, logging many hours tonight. Leach. Capriel centered it. Lindros cut back. Gets it out. Leach gone to the bench. And here's Kevin Lowe with Zubov. Back to Lowe. Rink wide to Messier. They're winding up, trying to find a hole. They can't find one. Leclerc brings it in. Shoots. Bullet shot, but he just missed. Messier given a hard puck by Lindros behind the goal. Rangers move it up to Hextall, and he rattles one away, but Lowe gets a shot. Loose puck in front. Hextall got back in the middle. Huge save on the short side. Philadelphia moving out. Graves was nailed by Lindros behind the play. Richter has to hang on to this. Oh, she's getting tough again. The Flyers are leading 3-2.
Building. Blocks of time passing by. Biographies of unforgettable characteristics and stones bouncing off a backbone buried deep in your own backyard. Why? Because I am.
From mufflers to brakes to tune-ups, under your car or under your hood, Canadian Tire has you covered because we have licensed technicians specially trained to perform each job, all with the experience that comes from servicing over 10,000 cars every day. And we install only quality parts backed by a nationwide guarantee. So when your car needs service, come to the place with the parts, the warranties, and the specialists you can trust to get the job done right. Canadian Tire. There's a lot more for your car for a lot less.
Mark Messier was on the wrong end of a Lindros hit right here. And Lindros came back at the other end. Here it is again. He's coming right in to have a talk with you in your living room. Messier's coming first. And it went right back to the other end, and Hextall made 2 great stops to keep it at 3-2.
And then Lindros pounded Graves behind Hextall. So he is out. The Vengeance are high stick now. And it's going to be a Philadelphia penalty. The stick up high. And right in front of the referee, Bill McCreary.
Zubov's trying his best to bleed. Brent Fedek is going to get the penalty, trying to hook him from behind. Whoa, there's no doubt about it. Curry could hear it and see it. Hextall made a stop after that great Lindros hit on Messier. The puck came down here, and Lindros, you can see through the net, ran Graves into the end of the rink like he ran Messier into the other end. So one hit, and then another one 200 feet away.
We are 3-2 here in Philadelphia in the third period with 13:43 remaining. Fedek gone for that high stick. And the other game, we're watching that for you too. Pittsburgh and New Jersey. Leading in that other game with about 3 minutes left. They're up a goal. Philadelphia up a goal here. Lindros working hard in this third period for his team. Zubov takes it back to the net. Rangers starting out on the the power play. It gets into Verbeek. Verbeek with Graves in front of the net. Back to the line. Zubov. You go to Verbeek again. Hanging on to it. Running outside. They don't miss many passes. Zubov's shot. Blocked by Lindros. He gets it ahead. This time it's Brendan Moore. He's coming in. And he ripped it high over the net. Not a heck of a lot of room for him. With Zubov coming back and keeping him out on the angle. A minute left in the penalty. Rangers power play. They get it up and give it away at the Philadelphia line. And that will send them back. Zubov back first. He is stopped. Lowe was there. Didn't see the loose puck. Larmer takes it. Comes out. Ahead it goes. McTavish couldn't stop it. Nedved bringing it around him and back to the line. Kovalev's shot is blocked. And the Flyers are going to clear the zone again. They just lifted into the Rangers end. 30 seconds left in the penalty. 3-2 Flyers. Karpatsev, long shot, in wide of the net. Yuskevich can't send it out. Flyers pick it up, though. They're doing a good job killing this penalty. And Brindamore rolls it into the zone. 10 seconds left in the penalty. And Hextall pretty happy with this power play by the Rangers so far. It's nearly over. Nedved centered it. Right in front of the net, a loose puck, and cleared in time. Flyers are at full strength. They get the puck in front. Yulin just missed a great chance. Karpatsev, deep in his own zone, took a swing at it. Back of the goal again. Fedek comes along the boards and leaves it there for Semenov. He centered it. The Rangers send two away. Noonan carries the puck up. Gets over the line and rolled it by Desjardins. Haller is back. Nemchinov missed it along the boards. Semenov comes back out for Philadelphia to center ice. Kicked it loose. Then stopped at the Ranger blue line. Rangers come on. Didn't get too far. Nemchinov lost it. Again, in quickly with a shot was Redbird.
Middle time, there you go.
Lead pass for Noonan. They've been on a long time, this line. Noonan shoots it in, and Hextall stopped it. Leclerc coming back out. Gets to center and rolled it ahead. Big Lindros is nailed. Leclerc keeps going. Lindros tied up by Bukaboom at the Ranger blue line. In it goes. Bukaboom back. Richter decided to move it quickly, and he did. Shot in there, and Hextall comes out. Redbird will get a chance to clear it. He cannot. Messier steals it, turning away from Redbird. But Leclerc takes it on a skate up to Lindros. Near center ice, Lindros tried the back pass, didn't work. Created an opening, but the Rangers were changing. Swoboda goes to Terrien, who slaps it into the Ranger zone. 9:40 left in the third period. 3-2 Philadelphia. It's open up for sure now this third period. Kovalev giving a bump. So is Nemchinov. Rangers come back to pick it up. McTavish was in for checking. Cut to the line, but not out. Kept in by Podine. On the boards is McTavish. 4 players hold it there. They get a whistle quickly with 9:13 left in the third. And the score is 3-2 Philadelphia.
Boy, this has turned into the kind of a game we watched yesterday afternoon. Both teams going at full speed on all cylinders. Lots of good chances now in this one, and some bone-crushing body checks.
The Rangers have 25 shots in the game. The Flyers 21. But the Flyers lead 3-2.
Nissan has always looked out for its customers' well-being. Take the Altima GXE with our value option package. You'll feel secure, comfortable, entertained, powerful, and in control. The Ultima GXE also comes with a special value option so you can feel very, very good.
Now until May 31st, get the fully equipped Ultima GXE for only $18,990 at your Ontario Nissan dealer.
In the news today, residents in nearby Shady Acres finally have some hope, and here to shed some light on the story is reporter Gordon Orr.
Leah, residents there have been living in the shadow of neighboring towns for years. Finally, they have the answer. The Lighting Boutique, for lamps and a whole lot more. 4072 Walker Road in Windsor.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Lighting Boutique, making the world a brighter place to be.
Listen carefully. You'll hear Mark Tambro-Dur singing, Albaline, why must you be mean? Here's Jaromir Jagr. The puck goes off Albaline, and watch it. Painstakingly, slowly eludes Brodeur with 1:15 to play. Jagr scores from Murphy and Francis. It's 2-2.
Thank you, Ron. We have a pile-up along the boards, and out of it, 2 penalties, McTavish and Kovalev.
And Toski and Kyprios, 2 big, tough customers, collide with each other. McTavish takes a shot from behind here. And 2 penalties, finally, Bill McCurry decides to give.
Flyers wasted little time in going after the go-ahead goal here in the third period. 25 seconds, as a matter of fact, when Renberg was set home free and scored. 3-2, Philadelphia. Leach with the 2 Ranger goals in the game. Shot one in there. Lindros looking for a little room. They're 4 aside. He just might find it. Barrels his way to center, but Messier, so strong, stayed with him. And then he'll try to go the other way. Messier had to give the pass through center. Graves back into Leach. In fast. Scores! What a burst of speed by Brian Leach. And what a shot to the left of Ron Hextall. His 3rd, and the game is tied at 3.
Well, the most dangerous player on a 4-on-4 is the defenseman that jumps into the rush. The Philadelphia Flyers ought to know Leach is coming when they're behind. And a lovely pass by Graves. You can see 24. Dykhouse slides into the middle so far that he can't get back. And then Ron Hextall, who has been superlative tonight, lets a bad one in that goes right between his legs on a bad angle shot by Leach, his 3rd of the year, and we have 1 hat on the ice tonight instead of 415 like last
What a
time.
hockey player, this Brian Leach, but I wonder maybe if that shot by Leach was ticked by the defenseman trying to stop the defenseman. Well, this guy had 3 goals yesterday for Philadelphia. They won the game. Brian Leach, the defenseman, the outstanding defenseman with the New York Rangers, has 3 tonight.
It's the 2nd 4-on-4 goal tonight. Renberg got 1 4-on-4, and Dykhouse just tailed into the middle, forgot to look up the ice to see if there was somebody coming, then he couldn't get back.
Well, it's 3-3, and the time of the goal, 11:19. Leach, his 6th of the playoffs from Graves and Messier. Zubov, right in front of his own net. Given a little room. We're still 4 aside. Rangers come in, led by Nedved. Given a rough ride back there. Aller all over him. The puck goes to the corner. Verbeek kicked it loose. Nedved didn't get a chance to play it a second time. Zubov given a bump. Zubov shakes it off. Makes the play. But Nedved had to go outside. Now he's back in and onside the Rangers. High shot. Rattled off the glass. Verbeek passed one in there. Nobody can touch it. Nedved trying to knock it down. There's Nedved on it for New York. Gave it away. And the Flyers shoot it out and down the ice. 7:30 left in the third period. A 3-3 tie. These two, Harry, not very far apart at any time.
It's the young Philadelphia Flyers against the defending older Stanley Cup champion New York Rangers.
Came players are back on the ice. So the teams are at full strength as Bukaboom steps up. He's shot it by Renberg to put it in deep. And the Flyers pick it up and come out. Renberg, he hit McTavish with a neat pass. McTavish trying to go through is stopped by the New York defenseman. Larmer through center is Leach again. Rattled another high one. That was deflected high. McTavish against Leach. Saw who it was, I think, and decided to go the other way. What a hockey game that Leach is having with the New York Rangers. 3 goals and going for 4 right there.
Introducing the Special Edition Civics from Honda. With 16-valve fuel-injected engines, Honda's double wishbone suspension, and power-assisted rack and pinion steering. Now add air conditioning, AM/FM stereo cassette, center console armrest, digital clock, passenger side vanity mirror, full wheel covers, and other special features for a very special edition. So much for so little. So hurry.
Boy, how's he do it?
Kind of like animal.
Yeah, right. Hey, Dougie, what's your secret?
Hey guys, hard work, balanced diet, variety, including milk. Cold, refreshing milk.
Сумасшедший, какие безумные ноги. You could say that again.
Holy cow. How are you going to spend your energy?
Wild last minute and a half. First of all, they tie it in Pittsburgh, do the Pens, but then Scott Stevens on his own rebound with the game-winning goal, as it turns out, at 19:31 unassisted. Brodeur makes a big save, and Claude Lemieux will score into an empty net from Chorsky. Brodeur technically should get an assist on that, too, because he put it to Lemieux first. Claude gets a second of the game. The Devils beat Pittsburgh 4-2.
The Flyers are trying to tie this series. This game is tied. I should say the Rangers are trying to tie this series before the scene shifts to Manhattan. Philadelphia winning, of course, yesterday in overtime. And this game in the third, 6:23 left, tied at 3. And the shot by Leach indeed got through cleanly. Graves and Messier, the assists. Nobody touched it till Leach got a hold of it. Then took a rocket, low by Hextall. 3-3, 6:15 left. Third period, Flyers on it. This is Dineen, and he was checked. Evan Lowe made a great play getting back. Wrap around the 10, and Richter stopped that from DeMaio. But Kevin Lowe coming up big for the New York Rangers, stopping Dineen.
Kevin Lowe has never been accused of being an artistic hockey player, but the 200 playoff game veteran makes a terrific hook on Dineen to slow him up and take the breakaway away. Just enough to get him up so he can dive and poke that puck away. Here's another look at it. There it is right there. He just regains the step he'd lost. And Dineen does not go down, so there's no penalty on it. Is there such a thing as an artistic hook? That was it.
Well, you're looking at an artistic defenseman. He's been doing that for quite some time, very successfully. Kevin Lowe, huge defensive play for New York. 6 minutes now left in the third period. 3-3 tie. The Rangers, Larmer putting one in very high onto the glass. Down it comes, and it's centered, but nobody in front of the net for New York. Flyers did not get it out. Bukaboom knocked it down with his glove. Philadelphia backing up is Swoboda. He and Dykhouse get together to move it out and down the ice. Icing waved off, and Richter moved out of the net. Karpovtsev shot one hard and got it out across the line. Tyrion tried to move it, but he lost it and got back in. And now the lead pass down the right side. Philadelphia. The shot blocked. Fedek gets in front of the net looking for it again, but the Rangers get it out and down the ice. 5:10 left in the third period. Philadelphia tying the game in the second, getting the lead. And the Rangers tying it again. Leach's third of the hockey game. Redberg first at 25 seconds. Leach at 11:19. 3-3, 4:50 left. Lindros on the ice. Banks it off the boards. The Flyers tap it down the ice. Verbeek has Lindros tied up. Little pushing and shoving away from the play. Lindros looking for it. Bukaboom in his own zone. Up through the middle. It's knifed down the ice by Messier. And icing will be called against the New York Rangers. We have 4 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the third period.
It's big and it's back.
We are talking to you.
Yeah, the Coors Light Talking Can and Cap event.
Hey, all right.
All right yourself. Now this year there's 8,000 Timex Ironman Triathlon watches, 6 Suzuki Sidekick 4x4s, and 20 CMH heli hiking trips for 2.
Keep talking.
Thank you so much. To play, just open a Coors Light Talking Can or bottle, and for no purchase, scratch one of those. By the end of the summer, there ought to be around 8,000 more Coors Light winners. So I'm thinking now's your chance. Talk to me.
You can win right now.
Thank you.
Nissan has always looked out for its customers' well-being. Take the Ultima GXE with our value option package. You'll feel secure, comfortable, entertained, powerful, and in control. The Ultima GXE also comes with a special value option so you can feel very, very good.
Now until May 31st, get the fully equipped Ultima GXE for only $18,990 at your Ontario Nissan dealer.
4:26 to go. As far as these two fellas are concerned, this game's in overtime now. Which one will bring? Both have played well tonight. Hextall probably should have had Leach's third goal, but he's made some marvelous stops. And Richter looks much more confident tonight than he did at times yesterday afternoon. Coley Campbell had the big decision. He wasn't happy with Richter's play. He went with him because he was the significant factor in last year's Cup. And by the looks of things, Campbell's decision so far anyway was correct.
And closed out the Quebec Nordiques in that first round. Loose puck in front of the net. Deneen another chance, just missed. Yuskevich coming in from the line. DeMaio trying to center it. Along the boards, the Rangers pick it up and skate out with it. Kovalev takes the pass up the line and goes in and is hit immediately by Tyrion. Back up for Brindamore. Deneen winds up. That's blocked by Richter. He's out again a long way, cutting the angle. Brindamore behind the net. He's checked, can't get a stick on it. Kovalev has to back up along the boards. Lost it in front of the net. Deneen! And Richter looks around, but he has it. And he hangs on to it. Big giveaway, though, by the New York Rangers.
Give me 10 more good reps, man. That's it. Yeah, go. No, that's not it. I'll tell you what it is. Now give me one more. One more.
Cut thirst in a powerful way with new Powerade Thirst Quencher.
Give me 10 more good reps, man.
Powerade, the next thing.
Kovalev, a horrible giveaway, trying to throw it right across the rink in his own end, and Kevin Deneen wires one that Richter was lucky to see, let alone stop, as Bukaboom slid in front of him trying to block it. You can't make that play with 3:44 to go in a tie game at this time of the year, any time of the year. I'm sure he heard about it when he got to the bench.
Face-off is deep in the zone. Rangers get away with that one for sure. It is centered, and the Rangers are on it. The veteran Kevin Lowe takes his time. He knows nobody is moving up, and now he dumped it in, and Verbeek was on it quickly, but lost it. Lindros stopped it with his leg and had to come back a bit before starting out. Made a move at his own line. He ran over Messier that time, knocking him flying. Zubov picks it up. Gets it back to Messier. Messier straightens up, shoots one off his stick. Hextall played that strangely. It was going behind him, and he got the big goal stick down.
Well, Messier with that patent shot coming off the wrong wing as he's striding. And Lindros right here shows what great strength he's got as he runs into Messier, or Messier runs into him. You would have to say that Messier stopped him, but he didn't look too good or feel too good doing it. Then he had a pretty good shot that hit the stick of Kevin Haller and nearly fooled. Lindros is not hurt. He's getting a skate sharpened there with the stone as he hit skates with Messier on that big collision.
3:09 left in the third period. Game 2 of the series between the Rangers and the Flyers. Flyers took the first one yesterday in overtime on a goal by Eric Desjardins. 3-3 the score. Yuskevich. Far side is Matteau. Nedved is trying to kick it loose. And the referee decides that's it. 4 players were in on the boards. Nobody was moving it. So they'll start again.
Well, I think the referee makes a good play here. He doesn't want people, when the puck's on everybody's feet, piling into each other. And I really think that they should blow it the first time that they think that nobody's really trying to get the puck with their stick. If he did that, you might save an injury, and you certainly might save a scene. Savage takes pretty well all the face-offs for the Flyers, especially when the game gets critical like it is right now.
And he wins this one. One hand on the stick, but he gets it near the line. The Flyers get it out. 2:45 left in the third period. 3-3 the score. Up to center is Leach again. He has all Ranger goals. Coming in. Tried to make that move and nearly slipped inside. Yuskevich. Matteau chasing the puck. Flyers get it up to the line and Leach stopped it right there. Nedved turning. Rolled it back in. Rangers poke it in back of the net. Leach is going off now with 2:20 remaining in the third period. Zubov shoots one in. Dmitry Yuskevich back for Philadelphia. The long pass to center. Low caught his man and Chinov put it back to Zubov. And Low to Zubov again. Shot it out there for Noonan at the line. Long lead pass for Kovalev. Sharp angle for him. Stick handling away from his check goal. Got it up front. DeMaio steals it. DeMaio ripped the pass through the middle. Up goes Dykehouse. Takes the shot. That's into the crowd. Off Kevin Lowe's stick. 1 minute, 47 seconds left to play in regulation time.
This is a nail-biter for both coaches. Terry Murray, I'm sure, wouldn't be too interested in heading into Madison Square Garden with a split. Can win the 2 here, then you know you're coming back home. And this is turning into a one-shot game with 1:47 to go. Both coaches have played their key players an awful lot tonight. And you have to wonder whether 2 nights in a row, this kind of hockey, which normally doesn't happen in the playoffs, will start to take its toll on the 6 or 8 players that are playing the most for each team.
As I mentioned before, Leach feels like he's played hours. I know he's on overtime again and out there with 1:35 left in regulation. And for sure, they'll all be in overtime. We'll see. Dykehouse is back. Shoots it to center. Nobody wants to take a chance and get caught in deep. But the Flyers might go after it right here. And it's shot in back of the net. Bukaboom is back there. One man was in deep. Messier fires it around his own net for Graves. Graves does not get it out. Bukaboom has to come in to watch Brindamore. Bukaboom again. Rangers for Beek. And Messier. 1 minute left. Verbeek to center. Looks around. Waiting for someone to catch up. Messier was going to the bench. 51 seconds remaining in regulation time. Leclerc moving out. Dumped it into the Ranger zone where Zubov takes a look around. 40 seconds remaining. Takes a lot of time to move it. Lowe gives it back to him. Off Larmer and down the ice. 30 seconds left. The Rangers, Larmer on it. Going back to the goal.
Nemchinov nowhere near. Back in for Philadelphia. It is Leclerc coming after him with Renberg there with him. Renberg turned around and Lowe was back to get the puck up along the boards. Time running out. And the horn goes to end the third period here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, where the score is tied at 3.
And we head into overtime for the second game in a row. A fiercely played contest. Momentum shifting back and forth. The Rangers looked like they were going to run away with it. The Flyers looked like they had it in the bag. And now we head into overtime, and it's anybody's ball game. Another superb NHL playoff game here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia.
Shots in the third period were 13-8 in favor of Philadelphia. They got the early start in the period when Renberg was sent home free at 25 seconds. Dykhouse and Lindros assisted. He scored to give the Flyers what looked like then maybe the winning goal in this game. It was 3-2. And then Leach. And what a game he has played for New York. He got his third of the game at 11:19 from Graves and Messier to tie it. Shots 25-27 with the Rangers 27. Overtime next.
The land, mark of characteristically clean, cold, and crisply defined by a consistently held and fluid belief in everything you're made of. Why? Because
After introducing the very friendly, very quick, and very safety-conscious 4-door Neon, we thought you'd get a kick out of this little number. Say hello to the Neon Sport Coupe, if you can catch it. Neon, available in regular and new extra spicy. Now at your Dodge and Plymouth dealers.
Grandpa, do you remember your first Pepsi?
1926 at Homer's General Store. Pepsi number 2, cheap seats. Wrigley Field. Pepsi 812, the stock market crash. Pepsi 3922, Spam was invented. 14,030, your dad repeated 3rd grade. And this is Pepsi 21,004, Kathy.
Kelly.
Kelly?
Kelly.
I knew that. I think I knew that.
For the 10th time in the Stanley Cup playoffs, we're bound for overtime, and for the second time in this series, 3-3 at the Spectrum in Philadelphia.
Going to bail out my my old friend Ronnie Hextall. You know, I told you he used to play in the basement when we were in Rochester. Brian, his dad, and Timothy, when they were little boys, they used to play together. And I remember you'd score on him back then, he'd start crying. It was, honestly, that's what used to happen. He's a competitor. Now, what happened on the tying goal, I want you to take your time and watch this. There's no way that he'd have his legs open that far. It hits the bottom of the defenseman's stick. And why the defenseman? If you talk to any goaltender, they'll tell you, get your stick out of there because anything can happen. Comes up and hits them there. They've got it played. Get your stick out of the way. They hate it. Now watch it. It's nice and slow. Hits the bottom of the defenseman's stick. Coming down.
That's Adam Graves.
That's Adam Graves. A nice pass coming over.
To Brian Leach.
Yes. Who's doing this?
Well.
All right. Now watch this here. He winds up. Now here comes a defenseman over. Let him shoot. Hextall's got this. It's picking cherries. But watch what happens when he sticks his stick out. It hits the bottom of his stick and changes direction and goes down. See, Hextall is going the other way. There's no way he'd stand there. He thought it was going to go in the far corner, went between his legs. No way that he'd stand there like that if it was going there.
Well, you didn't mention the Philadelphia defenseman's
name.
I was just doing the names because
I'm not saying who it was. Good kid. One of the lowest paid guys in the league, too.
Is that right?
Yes, I'm not mentioning that.
Like Martin Brodeur.
No, I don't want to mention the kid's name. He made a mistake on it.
No, I'm not mentioning the name. I'm just saying Martin Brodeur is
two guys in the league. There's two. I told you this. That's why you know. There's two guys in the league, Martin Brodeur. Now we're going to have to tell the kid's name.
Okay.
It's Dykhouse and they both make $140,000 a year, so he's allowed to stick a stick out.
Do you think, Carl, because he was caught, that's why you feel a little guilty?
Well, you go over, you want to go over, 9 out of 10 times will be all right, but you saw what happened. It took like that and went down on Hextall. Get your stick out of the way. Goalies hate it.
Brian Leach is something. Got to admit that.
Yes, he's all right.
He's playing great. Want to show the goal? It reminded me of Lake Placid in 1980, this goal. Incredibly, Jaromir Jagr ties it 2-2. I always seem to think
which game was that now?
There was Vladislav Tretiak.
Oh,
remember when the Americans upset the Russians?
Oh, the Dream
Soviets?
and all that?
Yes, absolutely. This was...
and you remembered this?
Well, I think so. Don't you? Did you watch that game?
No, I didn't care. Canada wasn't in it. Who cared? I didn't hope they'd both lose.
It was sort of a dramatic thing for Herb Brooks, though. And you'll remember it was late in the second period. Mark Johnson fired it in just like this. Tretiak gave up a big rebound. Sorry, Ken, I didn't mean to bring it up in that regard. And Scott Stevens pounces on it, unassisted goal. Kenny knows. Devils, mind you, had 38 shots to Pittsburgh's 28.
Reggett's unbelievable. They shouldn't even been in the game had it been for Reggett. Unbelievable. What's happened with Pittsburgh? They're supposed to be such hot shots at home and everything, and 10 shots they had more New Jersey. Lemaire's got them going good.
They're just tremendous in their own zone. Okay, we're going to do an interview from the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Then we'll come back and talk a bit about the Blackhawks and the Canucks looking ahead to tomorrow night. Dick Todd, Peterborough Pete's sensation, is with Scott Russell.
Dick Todd, the assistant coach of the Rangers. Dick, what will Coley Campbell be telling the boys about overtime?
Well, I think that we got to be ready right from the start out there and not sit back, go to the attack right from the opening whistle.
Their physical game seemed to neutralize you a little bit in the third period. How do you overcome that?
Well, I think, we got to have our people involved out there in every shift and taking the body at every opportunity. They've got some big players. There's no question about that. Brian Leach is having a whale of a game, and someone else has to step up and make a great play. That's all there is to it.
Dick, good luck.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Guess I could have mentioned World Junior Gold Medal coach, too, Dick Todd. How about the Canucks and...
Don't forget Kamloops, too. They won it.
Oh, yeah. Donnie Hay. Now, what do you think? He's got to make a decision. He's got to go back to the fire hall. He got a 3-year sabbatical with the firefighters in Kamloops. If he continues coaching, he's got to give up that job.
Can't do any more. He's got to go to the American League and then the National League, because he's got something. Somebody's got something out there.
Bob Brown, too, the executive of the year. That's 3 and 4. Incredible story there. Vancouver and Chicago. Tomorrow night. You watched the game last night?
I watched it all, and I have to say Morelli did a good job. Now, I know everybody's going to jump on. There was more tough calls there and everything, but you know how long that game was? 2.5 hours. It was a good flow to it. The guys never dived because you know why? If you dive with him, he wasn't calling. Beautiful call game. In overtime, he had to call a 1 on Chelios because it would have been a 2-on-1. You said it wasn't. So now he's got them. They had their chance. Now Courtnall takes it and for some reason swings his stick and knocked down Chelios. And so he had to give the penalty. Now I know Ricky Lee and them are there watching in Vancouver, something like that. Somebody tell him Burry was kind of funny like that. But
you know what happens to Dan? Yeah, that's right. He's thinking, I got to stop this or I'm going to have 9 million penalties in overtime. And boom,
yeah, and what happened was he did a great game. It was 2.5 hours. That's the way to referee. No dives or anything. The players know it.
And I'll tell you what, Don, since the Andy Van Helleman release, you had Don Koharski with a whistle late last game. Now tonight you had Patrick Uhlin scores a goal and the whistle had gone before it. And over in the Pittsburgh game, you had McEachran with a high stick. Things snowballs.
Well, what happens is these cameras we got all over the place. I remember, I wasn't with the Bruins. I was in Rochester, but I remember a puck going right through the net for first place overall. The
Larry Robinson?
No, it was Kenny Hodge coming down the right side against Toronto. He put it right through the net, and they didn't count it because they didn't have replays and things like that. The next day they saw it in the net. It was in the paper. All this here is tough on the referees like this now because of instant replay, cameras all over the place. Before, their word was law. That's it. Forget it. Now they go, look, you and I can sit here and all the oh, look, he missed that. He missed that. It's tough on these guys with the TV now.
All right, so it happened to a Hodge and it happened to the Pens. It's Hockey Night in Canada, all our cameras. We'll have more of our coverage as we're bound for overtime at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. 3-3 after 60 minutes on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
I'm Dave Hitchcock from Jim Allen Chevrolet in Essex, here to tell you about our all-star lineup of vehicles. We have a lot full of over 250 vehicles to choose from, including the all-new 1995 Cavalier, Lumina, Monte Carlo, and S10 Blazer. We have over 50 top-quality pre-owned vehicles, safetied and ready to go. Inquire about General Motors' special Smart Lease incentives. There has never been a better time to buy or lease a new or used vehicle. Jim Allen Chevrolet in Essex, where you're only 15 minutes to a better deal.
Looking for a straight shooter? See me, Leo.
Leo is not only a straight shooter, he has great deals at Rasico Chrysler.
Great shot, eh?
Your best shot is to get down and see the Rasico gang.
I love this game.
You'll love the great trade-in allowance you'll get for your present automobile and the large selection of new Chrysler cars and trucks.
That's game.
See Straight Shootin' Leo. See how easy it is to rack up a great deal on any new Rasico Chrysler car or truck in the Burg.
Anybody for tennis?
When it comes to lunch, your search for nutrition can be a task in itself. Fortunately, nourishing your mind is a lot easier. Do lunch with Tina Srebotniak and Brent Banbury on midday, weekdays on CBC.
Hi, I'm James Barber, and I'd like to invite you to join me for the Urban Peasant weekdays on the CBC. Real food for real people. It's quick, easy, and fun.
Don't miss James Barber, weekdays on CBC.
Back at the Broadcast Center in Toronto, en route to overtime at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. Our other game tonight in Pennsylvania at the Igloo saw the Devils win it 4-2. Claude Lemieux, the offensive hero, with 2 more tonight for the Devils as they even the series at 1. Guy Junker of Prime Sports spoke to Claude Lemieux.
Claude, I know you got a lot of playoff experience, but not too many games go up and down like that in the last minute 15.
Well, you know, I thought we played a solid game, and after I scored there, we took a lead. I felt, you know, we were going to keep that lead, but, you know, you got guys like Yeager and Stevens and Francis and Robitaille, and it goes on and on. You're never sure of anything. In the same situation as the last game, they came up with a big goal, but you know, it turned to, I think, to the team that had most chances tonight, and Scott Stevens came up with a huge goal for us, and then we just held on to it.
You mentioned all those guys they have, and how you kept their opportunities down in both games now, I think has to be a pretty positive note for New Jersey right now.
Yeah, I think we did a good job also in the first game. We just didn't have much forechecking going. We didn't have any offensive, not that many chances compared to tonight's game. So, you know, if we can keep that up, you never have anything. You know, they're a hell of a hockey team. We got to respect them, but also we have to play our game. We're a good hockey team. We got 20 good players in the lineup every night, and we're more team-oriented than a bunch of, you know, outstanding players like they have.
Claude, could you talk about your goal for a second, not the empty netter, but it almost looked like the same one you scored over the weekend, only down the other side.
It was a hell of a play by Stéphane Richer. He made a great pass just to keep me on side. It was a hard pass, and when I went in, I was going to shoot it, and I saw Kenny Reggett coming out at me, so I just faked it and was able to sit it by him. So, you know, a little bit of luck and hard work, and that was the key to the game.
We've seen 2 ties in the regular season and essentially 2 one-goal games so far. There's nothing to indicate that this isn't going to be a long, tough series.
Yeah, I felt that before this thing started, we were in for a long one, and you know, I'm just repeating myself. They got a great hockey team. They got a lot of great stars, and we got a bunch of hard-working players and guys that are going to play as a team. So we're not going to give anything in. We're underdog in this series, and we're going to fight till the end.
Claude Lemieux, 2 goals tonight. He had 2 points in the game over the weekend. Scored the cup clincher for the Canadians back in '86.
That's Guy Junker of Prime Sports with Claude Lemieux. See what a good guy he is. You think Serge Savard's enjoying these Stanley Cup playoffs? The ex-Habs, unbelievable. Well, meantime, at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, Scott Russell's roaming about and has spoken with majority owner Ed Snyder of the Flyers.
Ed Snyder, the owner of the Philadelphia Flyers since 1967, day one. Are you proud of the continuity of this organization?
Yes, I am, Scott. We have a lot of Flyers that are still with the organization and also living in the area, working in associate companies, and we're very proud of that.
What about this new young team? There seems to be a rebirth of interest. You're building a new arena. Tell us about that.
Well, this team is a very exciting team. It's young, and it's got a great future ahead of us. And, you know, wherever we end up this year, we're going to be very happy with what they've already accomplished. But I know in the future, this team is going to be a team to be reckoned with.
Ed, congratulations, and thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Scott. Philadelphia Flyers, New York Rangers going to OT, tied at 3 next on Molson Hockey Night in Canada and the Stanley Cup playoffs on CBC.
When I was in Kenya, I was walking through this slum, and they were growing hundreds of little trees in old milk containers and old cans that they had picked from the garbage. I just thought it was remarkable that they were able to, you know, do so much to produce something so wonderful that you can see is literally growing before your eyes.
The CBC Morning News.
It's perfect. You get news, you get weather, you get sports, and then you're on your way.
You get more depth out of our morning program than you do out of other programs.
We do so much live coverage. It's coverage you can't get anywhere else.
You get a nice blend of background, breaking news, and personality.
If you're looking for comments from the world leaders, you'll find them on our programs.
The CBC is, without argument, one of the great news gathering organizations in the world.
The CBC Morning News, weekdays at 7.
Among all the things we manage to worry about as parents, when our kids learn to speak is generally a biggie.
Will Junior talk as soon and as well as her little cousin?
Bye-bye. This one has his mouth open too.
Speech development on the next edition of Spilled Milk.
Along with a feature report on raising healthy children the vegetarian way. Join us.
Brought to you in part by Today's Parent magazine.
Welcome back to the Spectrum in Philadelphia, where the Flyers and the Rangers are tied at 3 goals apiece. And overtime is coming up, our second overtime game in this series.
Here's last night's overtime. Desjardins from the top of the circle ends a bitterly fought contest. And here's the Flyer bench. One of the two benches is going to erupt sometime here tonight. Don't know who, but we're going to show you who in a minute.
What a game for Brian Leetch tonight. 2 power play goals in the first period to make it 2-0 Rangers. Lindros caught fire in the second at 6:15, and then Yuskevich tied it up at 16:36. Renberg early in the third period at 25 seconds. Beautiful pass to him, and he scored. And Leetch is third of the game.
You can see Dykhouse tails into the middle, and then he can't get back. Puts his stick out. Looks like he might have touched it, Bob. You were probably right on that, because it seemed to handcuff Hextall. Hextall seemed to be moving a little to his left. The puck may have changed the direction slightly. Means nothing now, because the next goal will end this beautiful game.
Rangers dump it in quickly. Remember, in yesterday's game, the Flyers came out flying to start the overtime. Rangers trying to do that right now. But Philadelphia on the puck quickly. Renberg racing over center. He's coming in. A pass back. Haller scores! Haller wins it for Philadelphia! Celebrate, Harry. 25 seconds into sudden death overtime, and it's sudden death for the Rangers in this second overtime game.
A 2-on-1 rush. Haller gets a beautiful pass from Renberg and puts it up. The only defenseman back, Leetch. He can't touch the pass across, and right up off the net cam. Here's the pass right here, a beautiful pass on the 2-on-1. Haller, it's a good thing he's coming down the wrong wing, because he can get that puck and get it away in a hurry from a real good angle, and puts it up over the glove of Richter, and the Flyers will go to New York, up 2 games, won them both in overtime.
How about that? Haller busting down the right side, took the pass from Renberg, and at 25 seconds wins the game for Philadelphia.
Now, what do you do on the road? Oh, man, you don't drive on it. Delivery boys drive on it. Now, take the Volkswagen Golf. It hugs it. It caresses it. It takes it out for dinner, and then it calls it back the next day. All with a 2.0-liter Medtronic tuned engine that puts it in a class all on its own. I'm talking about German engineering. I'm talking safety. I'm through talking.
From mufflers to brakes to tune-ups, under your car or under your hood, Canadian Tire has you covered, because we have licensed technicians specially trained to perform each job. all with the experience that comes from servicing over 10,000 cars every day. And we install only quality parts backed by a nationwide guarantee. So when your car needs service, come to the place with the parts, the warranties, and the specialists you can trust to get the job done right. Canadian Tire. There's a lot more for your car for a lot less.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC's Stanley Cup playoff coverage. Brought to you by Molson Canadian.
The Molson Three Stars this evening at the Spectrum. Brian Leetch with a hat-trick for the Rangers, dominant again. Eric Lindros, tremendous in the pride of Trochu, Alberta. Kevin Haller scores the winner, and he's standing by with Scott Russell. Scott?
Kevin Haller gets the winner for the Philadelphia Flyers. You go up 2-0 in the series. First of all, tell us about the goal, how it all came about.
It was a great play by Johnny at the blue line, John Leclerc, and Michael Renberg. Great pass. I just had the easy part, burying my head and shooting.
Great celebration here, but important that you go now to New York up by 2. How important is that to this team?
That's very important. If you lose one in your rink in the first 2, you lose your home ice advantage, and you give the other team momentum going in. And us being up 2 now, we steal 1 in their rink, and we're sitting pretty good to come back home.
All through the third period, your team physically was able to dominate. That's got to be a key part of your game.
It is, yeah. 5-on-5, we've been playing really well, and our forecheck is such a big part of our game, and it's been doing pretty good. So if we can, stay out of the penalty box, things should go pretty good.
Kevin, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Kevin Haller gets the winner in overtime. Let's go back to Ron McLean at the broadcast center.
Thanks, Scott. Way to go, Kevin. Not ready to go home yet, though. But we'll have more tomorrow night. The Canucks and the Blackhawks is at 8:30 Eastern from the United Center in Chicago. Flyers win it 4-3, 25 seconds into overtime. For all of us, thanks for watching tonight, and good night.
This is CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Tonight, unsafe safety belts.
No one really knows how many deaths and injuries there have been.
Buckle up, huge recall ahead. Speaking out, Mulrooney still preaching free trade. Canada Online, virtual reality, real jobs.
And on our magazine, Students for Hire. Across the country, the frantic, often futile search for summer work is in high gear.
Every year it gets much more difficult to find jobs, and even when you find a job, it's not enough even to cover your tuition.
The possibilities and the pressures facing students willing to work. And beauty in the eye of the executive beholder. A portrait of the corporate culture.
CBC Primetime News with Wendy Nesley and Peter Mansbridge.
Good evening. They tell you to buckle up for safety, but what if the buckles don't always work? That's exactly what they're saying about the seat belts in more than 9 million cars and trucks in North America tonight. And tomorrow, the U.S. government is expected to announce the biggest recall in its history. Karen Webb now on the problem and what's likely to happen in Canada.
Motorists enjoying the May holiday weekend didn't seem overly worried about the recall. That the seatbelts they've been buckling faithfully might not be as faithful to them.
It's a pain that I have to bring it back, but that's about it.
It's an inconvenience, sure, but I've read many recalls.
It seems the problem lies in the soundness of one little piece of plastic, the red one that clicks when the belt tongue is placed in the latch. Pieces of it can shred away and jam the mechanism.
The concern, of course, is that the owner may not know. They may think they're securely buckled, and then under the force of a collision, the belt will fly apart.
No one has died, but there have been 63 injuries reported in the United States, none reported in Canada. The American recall will affect many models, cars built between 1986 and 1991 by 8 Japanese manufacturers, virtually every company except Toyota. All have used the same seatbelt assemblies made by the Takata Corporation. The recall also affects some models, those made in Japan in the same years, from the American Big Three.
This is clearly a recall that would run into hundreds of millions of dollars and may in fact be the most expensive recall ever.
Canadian auto industry analyst Dennis DeRoche says the recall is big, but he doesn't think it will have any lasting impact on the companies involved.
Vehicles have a lot of engineering in them, and these things happen. I suspect that the impact is just purely a lot of cost, nothing else beyond that.
In Canada, there have been complaints about the seatbelt latches. In fact, the investigation started here. But unlike the United States, the Canadian government doesn't order vehicle recalls.
Canadian law does not allow the government to force the manufacturer to recall. So a lot of times it's a result of negotiation or a U.S. recall. And my belief is we'll get the same protection, the same programs here.
Several car companies have already notified Ottawa that they're aware of the defect, but the industry hasn't announced yet what it plans to do. Karen Webb, CBC News, Ottawa.
No one is exactly sure how many vehicles may have the buckles in question, but most estimates put the number at 8.7 million cars and trucks in the U.S. and about 600,000 here in Canada. Canadians have not seen much of Brian Mulroney since he resigned 3 years ago. His speeches are usually off limits to reporters, but today in Washington, in public, the former Prime Minister returned to a favorite theme. The CBC's Paul Adams was there.
Brian Mulroney is back on the stump, in Washington this time, but with a familiar message.
I became known both as the architect of free trade throughout the Americas and as a very strong friend of the United States of America. I make no apologies for either.
Mulroney praised the success of the free trade agreement and NAFTA, both of which he signed, saying they are models for freer world trade. He was speaking to an audience of people who sell imported cars in the U.S., and he drove straight into the issue of U.S.-Japanese trade. The Clinton administration has threatened to slap 100% duty on Japanese luxury cars, saying U.S. car makers don't have enough access to the Japanese market.
I feel that as a friend and a neighbor, I'm entitled to make a passing comment.
Mulroney said the United States should let the newly formed World Trade Organization settle the dispute.
That would solve the problem. It would in a fair and honorable manner.
Afterward, the former Prime Minister remarked that even Jean Chrétien has adopted many of Mulroney's own free trade principles.
Well, it's not so much that he's embracing them, he's suffocating them in affection. And so I'm pleased to see that.
Mulroney also had a warning for Chrétien. He said if the U.S. and Japan don't get their relationship back on the road soon, it could disrupt the G7 summit Chrétien is hosting in Halifax in June. Paul Adams, CBC News, Washington.
The Israeli government changed course today. It stopped a plan to confiscate more Arab land in East Jerusalem. The land was to be used for Jewish homes, but Arabs rebelled. And as Paul Workman reports, the government had to back down or risk its own defeat.
It's rare for an Israeli government to back down over Jerusalem. This one did in the face of growing Arab pressure and political collapse. Foreign Minister Shimon Peres, pounding and shouting, made the announcement in the country's parliament. It all began when Israel confiscated 53 hectares of Arab land, land that was supposed to be used for Jewish housing. Not very much land, but the future of Jerusalem is one of the most explosive issues in the Middle East, and this one blew up in Israel's face. The foreign minister asked for a meeting with Yasser Arafat today, a humbling exercise in damage control.
We do not plan to expropriate more land in Jerusalem in the future. We know the needs of the Arab residents in Jerusalem, and we are ready to cooperate.
Yitzhak Rabin's Labour government faced a non-confidence motion and would have collapsed if it hadn't backed down. It accused the opposition Likud party of cheap political exploitation.
What's important for the Likud is not the status of Jerusalem and not our sovereignty in Jerusalem, but to topple the government which leads the peace process.
To surrender in such a manner is a disgrace, is humiliating. It shows that this is a government made of very weak people.
Jerusalem is one of the few issues where the Arab world shows real solidarity. This time it worked. Indeed, Palestinians won an important victory, but without any gloating.
I believe if we are searching for a winner, it is the peace process. Not us, not the Israelis, it is the peace process.
After weeks of facing down the Arab world, defying the United Nations, the Israelis suddenly gave in and ate a slice of humble pie. All that fuss over a few hectares of land, it makes you wonder how they'll ever agree on the future of the whole city. Paul Workman, CBC News, Jerusalem.
A homecoming today for Pope John Paul on his visit to Poland. He returned to the city where he was born and where he served as a priest and bishop. The pontiff was greeted by 250,000 people who had gathered for an outdoor mass. He told Poles that progress since the fall of communism had come at a high price, with rising unemployment and poverty. The Pope was also presented with a Medal of Honor by Polish President Lech Wałęsa. A remarkable scene outside of Detroit today after a freight train derailed. 3 rail cars plunged from a bridge onto the pavement below, closing a busy freeway. Work crews later pulled down a 4th car, left dangling. It all happened at the height of morning rush hour. Amazingly, there were no injuries. A study in the United States shows that about half the people who are now diagnosed with lung cancer are former smokers. Doctors are quick to point out that does not mean it's futile to quit smoking. Those who quit lower their risk of lung cancer by 80%. Of course, people who never smoked have the lowest risk of all. They account for only 8% of lung cancer cases.
The Night Beat with Mort Krim, Carmen Harlan, Van Earl Wright Sports, and Chuck Gaedica's Big Picture Forecast.
Good evening. The big story tonight is the cleanup from a spectacular train derailment over and onto Interstate 696 in Warren. It happened during the morning rush hour, and the mess is still with us tonight. A Canadian National Freight train heading from Sarnia to Flat Rock jumped those tracks. Several cars fell to the freeway below. What you're looking at right now are live pictures of the scene from Sky 4. For safety's sake, police have moved the Night Beat's Ann Thompson and other reporters more than a mile from the scene. Ann's joining us now with the latest on a long day for emergency crews. Ann?
It certainly has been, Mort. I'm here at Macomb Community College, where the command post is now established. Behind me, you can see the EMS service bus, which is standing by as crews some 2 miles away try to turn upright a tanker that is in a ditch, a tanker that is carrying a poisonous chemical. At this hour, we are happy to tell you that the tanker, which originally was on its side, is now upright, and now crews will begin to move it up an embankment some 10 to 12 feet high. That process could take as long as 2 to 4 hours, a process that could well determine if 696 will be open for the morning commute. Nearly 12 hours after the 15 cars went off the track, crews were still trying to right them. Using heavy equipment, workers pulled the boxcars back onto the rail line. A difficult but far less dangerous task than moving the tanker car that rested on its side in a ditch. That car, which could only be seen from the air, carries chlorine, 177,000 gallons of the potentially toxic substance. And so careful plans were made to move the tanker.
They're going to bridge the ditch on the far side of the tracks to go in and grab onto those connections and upright the tanker in the ditch because it's on its side currently. At that point, they'll start from this side of the tracks and inch it up the embankment and onto the new tracks that they've laid.
To move the tanker, workers had to wait for a special crane from Youngstown, Ohio. It arrived just before 9 o'clock, and minutes later, police forced everyone to leave.
You're going to have to leave, okay? You're going to have to leave. We'd like you to go home and leave.
Police sent people away from the scene to protect them from a possible chlorine leak. Officials with the hazardous materials team say once chlorine hits the warm air, it can form a poisonous cloud that could be deadly if inhaled. This all began early Monday morning when a broken rail sent this train bound for Flat Rock off the track. 2 cars plunged onto 696. One dangled precariously from the bridge. Miraculously, none of the commuters in the midst of rush hour were injured. Monday night on that bridge, flames erupted from one of the boxcars. Inside this car are huge rolls of paper. Fire crews spent much of the evening wetting down the car, trying to keep the sporadic flames from spreading.
When we pulled everybody out to start the process of moving the tanker out, that started rolling pretty good. So there's nothing in place to put it out, and we're not worried about it. It's of no consequence right now.
So you're just going to let that box burn?
It's going to burn.
What about the tanker? Where does the efforts to get it out of that ditch stand at this point?
Just a few minutes ago, they have cables under it. They're starting the process of actually uprighting it, and then they'll begin inching it up the embankment onto the tracks.
Now, as we told you, that tanker is upright, and they will begin to take it up the embankment. As they do so, police have closed off 2 streets near the accident site. Groesbeck and Bunnert are both closed. Businesses in a half-mile radius of the accident site are still unoccupied tonight. They were evacuated earlier this afternoon. Homeowners in a 2-mile radius of the accident site at this hour are continued to be asked to stay inside and to keep their windows and doors closed. As for the morning commute, and I know that's the big question on many of your minds, that is still up in the air. Officials say 696 will be open if they can get all the cars off that bridge and they can get that tanker out of the area. But at this hour, cars still remain on that bridge. The tanker is still in that ditch, although upright. So my best advice to you is to tune in and watch Newsbeat today beginning at 5:30 tomorrow morning. They'll bring you on all the latest on the status of 696. Mort, back to you.
And the tanker that they have just uprighted tonight, is that the only tanker that was involved? Is that the only car that was carrying any hazardous materials?
No, Mort. There was another tanker that was also carrying chlorine, but that only derailed. It did not turn over, and that was put back on the tracks about 4 this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Ann, for that report. The derailment on I-696 has provided us with our Night Beat video of the day. The cleanup provided the kind of pictures and sounds rarely seen before. An emptied freight car was pulled down after dangling off the overpass. But even after that recovery, there was still more cleanup work left to be done tonight. A fire in one car still on the overpass rekindled after nightfall, and as that car burned, crews using powerful lights worked a short distance away on the derailed tank cars filled with chlorine, hoping to get them back on the track safely.
The pictures of the scene on I-696 have been riveting and frightening. But imagine what it was like as it happened, as those train cars came tumbling down. The Night Beat's Paula Tutman has spoken with drivers about their brush with death. She has their stories live from Sky 4 above the accident site. Paula, what can you see from there?
Well, Carmen, because this is still considered a rescue area, airspace is restricted to about 1,500 feet. But even from this height, this is incredible. You can see that that rail car Ann was talking about that was filled with paper is a fireball. It burst into flames since fire trucks have now moved away. Now, I want to take you due south. This is, and look carefully, this is the chlorine tanker that rescue workers have been trying to get off its side. As Ann said, that it has been gotten off its side. You can actually see that right here. It looks as though the car has gingerly been propped up on its wheels, but not on the track, just upright. 16 hours.
Penalty time. Net dislodged again.
This time by accident, as Ken Reagan saw the puck go wide. He kind of half stumbled back into the goalpost, knocking it off the marsh peg. So there'll be a stoppages here as they get it repaired.
What LaRue did, if it had occurred in the last 2 minutes of regulation time or any time in overtime, would have resulted in a penalty shot. But because it occurred at this point of the third period, 4:45 in, it's just a 2-minute minor for delaying the game.
Richer just goes off the ice. The ex-Montreal Canadian factor. Lemaire and Robinson, coaches out of Montreal. You've got Richer, you've got Lemieux, you've got a goaltender who studied Patrick Roy in Brodeur. You've got the Philadelphia Flyers with people like Leclerc and Haller. Is it something to see? I don't know what happens, but they learn how to win, don't they? They do.
Here is Zelapukin around behind. Sergei Brelin with it to the back. Stevens one-timer, pad stop Reggett. Rebound, they poke away at it, but Ken Reggett has got it, and he hangs on.
It looks like Zelapukin may have caught a stick as he dropped down. Great goaltending there by Ken Reggett. As we know, the Devils are great defensively. They have the 1-goal lead, and a power play goal here would really hurt Pittsburgh. And you'll see the puck go back to the point, to the blue line. Good quick shot. And Zelepukin's got room in front, gets the rebound shot. Another one. And Reagan makes the save. Look at Reagan having to look around Big Shell Samuelson. He did the job there. Zelepukin here tries to jam away and find a rebound shot. Ken Wright, look at him look around. Big Shell Samuelson. And there's the rebound save.
It is Stevens. Lots of power play time yet. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Breland with a rising shot that got the glass. Scott Niedermeyer over to Stevens. In deep. Controlled by Guerin. On back to Stevens. One-timer. Knocked down by Francis. And Francis just chips it over for Murray to carry further. And back in.
Penguins have one shorthanded goal in the playoffs. That's a goal by Yager. But they're not concerned with taking chances here. They just want to make sure they kill off this power play.
This is Broughton. Couldn't get it over. Blocked by Mullen. Helped on, though, to Bill Guerin. 48 left on the power play. Guerin to the back. Stevens a shot. Deflected away by Sandstrom. Joe Mullen hustling ahead with it. Back checked away by Guerin. Moving back with Zelepukin. Bill Guerin cruising in. Fed to Broughton and a rising shot off the glass. Broughton controlling again. Got it on to Zelepukin. Back to the point. It's shoveled over to Driver. Quickly back. Chambers a shot. That went wide. 25 to go. The Devils with some shot attempts, but are wide with them. Now a big shot by Chambers. He scores! Sean Chambers. 3-1 Devils and a power play goal.
And a big one it is. Billy Guerin with all kinds of speed. Moved into the zone, got the puck into the zone. The Devils actually had some erratic shooting. Broughton missed the net, Chambers missed the net, and then on this pass, he fired the puck right off the pass. And here you see the shot by Chambers, high and wide. Now the Penguins start running a bit. Guerin does a job along the boards, along with Zelepukin. What a pass, and then a rocket from Chambers inside the goal post. It appeared as though Ken Reagan was moving to his left. What a pass by Zelepukin right there. There's the quick shot. Reagan moved to his left. The puck came back to his right, and he couldn't quite get there. It's 3-1 Devils. What a big goal.
Second goal of the playoffs for Sean Chambers. Both have come on the power play. Zelepukin and Guerin get the assists at 6:27. Back in off of Joseph. And Lemieux moving out with Richer in a 2-on-2. Richer fires, and that one went wide. Taken by Yager. Jaromir Yager back onto Francis. Francis moving in with Kevin Stevens. It's on the wing. And then a diving play made by Danikos, sprawling on defense. Claude Lemieux brings it back. 7 minutes gone. Third period. Penguins trailing by 2. The Devils in their history have been magnificent with a lead, particularly on the road and in the third period. They have outscored the opposition 13-5 in the third period in these playoffs. And if they go in with a lead, they rarely give it up, even to be tied, let alone beaten.
The Devils' power play is now 7 for 20 on the road. That's a big-time number, a big-time number.
McEachern's shot, oh, and it went off the blocker and then off Mullen. Brodeur twists, but he's able to hang on to it at the side of the goal. 7.5 played in the third here at Civic Arena in Pittsburgh. New Jersey 3, the Penguins 1.
What can we legally say about the incredible power and handling of the Eagle Vision? We're going to find out because today we're with the law firm of Goober, Bowler, and Pez. Pez. What do you think?
No comment at this time.
What about you guys, lawyers? Enjoy the ride?
Off the record? Yes.
And what do you think of Vision's lease price?
I say lease rates do not include title, taxes, license, and insurance.
And dealer prices maybe? Just see your Eagle dealer.
Lease Vision ESI now for just $229 a month.
No heated ring, no fancy jersey, no bull. Speed Stick, 110% protection. Like you, it never quits. Speed Stick, official deodorant sponsor of the NHL.
By men. Can I interest you in a change of pace? Change? Change! The lens on your Rebel. Change! Play on a whole new level. Rebel! I like change.
EOS lenses and the Rebel X from Canon.
Hyperkeratosis? Symptom: persistent, itchy, flaky scalp. Solution:
Neutrogena T-Gel. It works. Neutrogena T-Gel Shampoo.
Fox tonight, Tiny Toons Night Goolery, The Simpsons, The Critic, Married with Children, and My Wildest Dreams. It was sort of an afternoon goolery and wild dreams in the first period of this one. We had a disputed goal, we had a swiped hockey stick, and a race to deposit it at the bench. And both teams scored then. Here's Mullen, cruising in, weak shot, popped loose off of Brodeur, and is gotten by Bobby Holik. Oh, the Penguins had a great chance to get back to within one that time. Bobby Holik controlling now. Wrapped up from behind by McEachern. Chorsky taps it out. Stevens lobs it back in. Shift change for New Jersey.
Joey Mullen went to shoot the puck. Scott Stevens went down and took the shot away, so Mullen had to go around him, and it simply took too much time. That was a good play by Scotty Stevens.
Larry Murphy lobs it back in deep. Stevens will go back to take it.
Here comes that big line again for Pittsburgh. They haven't been able to score, and Ronnie Francis has scored in every game in the series prior to this one.
It is Claude Lemieux shuffling it back in. Jaromir Jagr, Ron Francis, the leading point getter in all the playoffs. Jagr, the leading goal scorer, and Francis also the leader in assists. Richer on to Lemieux. Finessed it back in. Richer had Carpenter breaking, but he was well defended. Puck turned into a pile and squips loose, and we get a stoppage of play.
Joey Mullen looking to get offense here. Takes a beautiful pass from John Cullen. Now watch Scott Stevens go in front, go down to his side, take away the shot. So Mullen has to come in front, and by the time that happened, he just lost control with Scott Stevens flailing his stick away, and the puck was hot potatoed right out of the front of the net.
Is there a common ground, John, that you think general managers of already eliminated teams are going to seek in the summertime when they look for playing talent?
Size. You see what Philadelphia has done so quickly, how they've changed their game. The Devils, a good-sized hockey club. I think size is becoming such a factor now. This checking line, by the way, deserves credit. This is Carpenter, Richer, and Lemieux. We've seen a lot of Ron Francis. They've had their scoring chances, but with a checking line and the play of Brodeur and different defensemen against them, they haven't been able to score.
Chambers checked off by Francis and sent to the glass. Claude Lemieux tried to drive it along. Second effort, punched it ahead to the turning Richer. Stephane Richer lets go a 75-footer. All his shots are scorchers. It is Murphy. Larry Murphy's pass. Flipped back out again by Broughton. 28 shots, 19. 3 for Pittsburgh, 4 for New Jersey. And we're nearly halfway through a third period in which Pittsburgh must come back. Stevens trying to work his way in. Diving play by Stevens. Loose puck jammed away by Broughton. Now LaRue with a shot, and that one taken by Chambers and just jammed back out again.
Larry Murphy, pardon me, looks like he's wearing a little bit. Great defenseman for the Penguins. Towards the end of these shifts, he is really, really tired.
Holik, Lemieux, and Chambers have scored for New Jersey. Chris Joseph, long time ago for Pittsburgh.
Before you move forward, Canon paves the way. Before productivity declines, Canon raises network document processing to a new level. We give you the digital office connection to increase productivity now and beyond. Printing, faxing, copying, scanning, and filing, all through a multifunction system. When the rest say you can't, Canon says you can. The GP55 series from Canon. Now you can. Call 1-800-OK-CANON.
Back to action here at Civic Arena. Pittsburgh must get 2 and must keep the Devils from getting any. Joseph shoves it across. Troy Murray right back over for Joseph, and the tip back in.
First of all, you got to get the puck through the neutral zone against the Devils, and if you do, then you got to try and recover it. And the Penguins can maybe get it over the blue line or over center ice deep in the zone, but they don't recover it. We just saw it happen there. All kinds of different passes, all kinds of different plays, and finally the Penguins got the puck over center ice and into the zone. But once they did that, they couldn't recover the puck. The Devils certainly playing to their strength right now. This is a playoff team that just looks like it was last year in the playoffs. It hasn't changed. And the look on that face says the same thing.
Telecast presented by authority of the NHL, intended for the private use of our audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this telecast, including the imposition of a charge for viewing it without the express written consent of the National Hockey League, is prohibited. 9:40 left in the third. Niedermeyer controlling for New Jersey. Bill Guerin floats it ahead. Chased down by Sergei Brylin. Reget out. Hooked it along, and help came for Ken Reget from Tamer. And now it's Cullen. Drops it for Mullen. Poked away by Brodeur. Devils able to bring it back up. It's Zelapukin again, flying it by Guerin. Hooked around by Reget. And John Cullen. Another swarm of Devils come out from the bench. They change 5 guys. Rolled across for Shell Samuelson. Pitched right back in again.
Over and in, the Penguins change. The big line comes out again. Let's see if this big unit of 5 has been able to regroup and get some energy. They don't seem to be quite as spunky as they were earlier in the game, and that's understandable. They've had a ton of ice time against a big, tough team.
Larry Murphy with a pass on to Kevin Stevens, and a shot blocked by Scott Stevens around in front. Oh, Brodeur had left the crease. Now a race on for it. Richer moving up the wing. Stefan Richer twists off, wiped out. Reget up with it. Pumps it along the boards on the turning stick of Kevin Stevens. Tried to fly one ahead. Yager darting in, hoping to get there, but he's held off. Scott Stevens trying to step ahead. Taken off his stick. Francis sets a shot right on goal. It's saved by Brodeur from Joseph. Rattled around the board. John McLean sees it come to him. He's got Lemieux chugging up the wing. McLean looks. Fed one in front. That's tipped aside by Reget. 8:05 to go on. A number! And Reget had to swarm and knock that one away. A haphazard toss that was deflected, but now in comes Luc Robitaille. Danico chipped it off him. Help came from Driver. Wraps it the other way, and McLean just feathers it on. Tom Chorsky hustling to it. Chorsky a shot. Oh, and a scorcher was wide. Now Driver pops it on back, and the Penguins can regroup and reset, and their fans hope recover. McIver yanks a pass that's taken by Luc Robitaille. But it's Guerin. And a long sent further. Murphy off the tip of the stick of Guerin. They just aren't being given much. And the fans are booing them now. They just haven't gotten a chance to get much defensive penetration on the Devils. Martin Brodeur faced 15 shots in the first period, and the quality was high. Of his first 21 saves, 11 were considered tough saves. And only one of those got in. And that's the only one he's given up today. Off of Peluso. Ken Reget whirls it around with a big goal stick. Played by Mullen. But the Devils recover. And again, Pittsburgh has to drop back. And this is very wearing on a team, too.
It is. You have to retreat. You have to hustle to get the puck. And then you've got another 180 feet to go to try and get some offense going. And the Devils, and they just roll their lines. They're just coming out with players after players. Denton Cole's not playing too much, but the others are really playing. And the 5 defensemen for New Jersey with a loss of Albeline, they're not being overly worked, overly pressured deep in their own zone.
John Cullen hands on to Yager. Yager with a shot and a save made by Brodeur. Left along but not out. Kept alive by LaRue. Follow-up comes from John McLean. Hurried it along off of Lemieux to Carpenter. The drop to Claude Lemieux and a shot went wide. Stepping to it is Kevin Stevens. Then on to Yager. Penguins' big guns are out there. Francis hands on to Stevens. Left the puck behind. And it's rolled back out. It is Yager again. Offside. 5:36 to go in the third period. Devils by 2.
My, what big ears you have.
All the better to hear you with, my dear.
And what big eyes you have.
The better to see you with, my dear.
Real red, real smooth. Red Wolf.
My, what big teeth you have. What are they for? Oh, my.
Follow your instincts.
It's a breakthrough that brings us to a new level of performance. In the rain, in the snow. It even saves gas. Michelin's new energy tires with radial XSE technology. It's science that goes beyond magic.
With Ryder, you can drive off with great rates. So whether it's cross-town or cross-country, don't make a move without calling Ryder first. Call 1-800-GO-RYDER.
What happens when a child of the 70s becomes a parent of the 90s?
When you speak of this, and you will, be kind.
Lisa Ann Walter stars in My Wildest Dreams tonight.
Take a look at the Devils with their power play. Regular season, abysmal on the road. This is only on the road. In the playoffs, 7 for 20, astronomical. It's been a big story for this hockey club. Here's Yager moving in. Watch him cut to the outside, then the middle for the shot. And there's Brodeur. Very seldom have you seen the Penguins get second shots.
Bruce Driver ahead. Shovels it back in. John McLean turning with it. And away from McLean, back to Danico. Reggett just watching it hit the boards behind. Has to sweep it along. Time bought for Yager and Francis and Kevin Stevens during that commercial break. Devils make a change. On with it now, Larry Murphy. Murphy threw it right in on Brodeur. Brodeur just lobs it back out. Headed for this is Richer. He got there. Richer across. Lost it off his stick, and it's punched along by Reggett. Murray again. Crisp pass went off LaRue's stick. Chambers brushed it on. A quick change in defense for Pittsburgh. They've got to get some more rest for Murphy. Here's Robitaille. Fed one in front, and it could not be handled by Sandstrom. Brodeur wrapped it around. Robitaille turned it right back in deep. Good hit by Bobby Carpenter. Murray trying to get loose there. Right back to Troy Murray. Tripped up for a moment by Carpenter. Close quarters battle as Stevens rolls it around now for Chambers. 30 shots Pittsburgh, 20 shots New Jersey. Devils in the lead 3-1. Scoreboard in the upper left shows you how much time is left on the Pittsburgh season unless the Penguins get a couple.
And it also should be noted that the Devils have not put themselves shorthanded. Have not given the Penguins a power play in almost the last two periods. The second period for sure, and all of this third period to this point. And what a difference that makes. You play with a lead and stay out of the penalty box. Huge difference.
Well, there's a loose stick out there, and this time no one's rushing to pick it up. It is Joseph stepping ahead. Lobs it back in. Scott Stevens back to get it for New Jersey. Wraps it on around. Joe Mullen up with it there and spun one that Stevens was watching for. Banged back off. Zelapukin able to cross. Retrieves and steps away from Mullins checking. Zelapukin tripped up by McIver. Zelapukin just plays it back in deeper. Penguins shift from defense to offense. John Cullen, one-time IHL scoring champion, cranks it back in. Bounced right over for Brodeur. Driver flipped it along, and it skipped back out again. Short of icing. The Devils could not want it to have slid down the ice any better because there's no stoppage, no face-off back. Here's Yager on. Yager around behind. Bouncing puck thrown to the front by Francis. Stoppage of play. The net dislodged and a scrap right in front.
Boy, frustration really coming alive here. The two Penguin defensemen stayed away from the net, so the faceoff should be deep in the Devil zone.
We have a serious emergency on our hands. Syl escaped.
For 3 million years, the human race has been at the top of the evolutionary ladder.
I'm on a team to track her, hunt her down.
Nothing lasts forever.
You created a monster, now you want us to kill it.
Now she lives among us.
She'll kill anyone that gets in her way.
Species. This film is not yet rated. Starts Friday, July 7th.
We'll see Kenny Danico have to come across here and work on Yager. Yager will go behind the net, put the puck back in front. I think Brodeur makes the save right here. With Stevens in front, Francis had the shot, and I believe Brodeur, who thought the puck was going around the net, recovers, looks up, bang. Makes the save off of Ronnie Francis. My goodness, he does it again. Another look at it. Stevens is there, the puck's there, and there's Francis with a shot, and it went off of Brodeur. Last stand now here in Pittsburgh.
Marvelous loyalty to their team. Down by 2. They have 2:50 to go. Murphy holds, now moves in. Tipped one in front off a devil's stick. Jabbed behind by Driver. Kicked along by Driver. And it's John McLean starting out. They've got a 3-on-1. It's to Broughton, then over to Chorsky. Chorsky for McLean. Save made by Reggett. Broughton looks to the front. That one angled off a Penguin defenseman and is handled by Yager.
When will they pull Ken Reggett with 2:24 to go now, trailing by 2 goals? When will the Penguins make that decision?
Here comes Yager. Headed over to Larry Murphy. Murphy flung one that's paddled away by Brodeur. Chopped back down by McLean. 2:10 to go. Devils make a change. They bring out Richer as well as Lemieux. Also there, Bobby Carpenter. Scott Stevens back on defense for New Jersey along with Chambers. Chambers up with this one. And Lemieux kept alive though and fed back to the corner. Larry Murphy up with it there. Put one off of Chambers. Bouncing puck in front. It comes to McIver and a shot. That hit a leg. 1:45 left. Troy Murray wrapped it behind, chopped at by Chambers. At the hash marks, it's Ken Reggett at the other end. He's not come off yet.
They were waving for him, and then he changed his mind. And now I think he should be heading to the bench.
In the first round, Martin Brodeur tried to score on a play like this. He flops one high, but it's gloved down at center ice by Joseph.
Little showmanship there with Brodeur. 1:16 to go. The Penguins trail by 2. Reggett was on the bench.
They say that man cannot live on bread alone. Fortunately, at Discover Card, we couldn't agree more. That's why we offer the Cashback Bonus Award. Each year, you'll receive money back based on your annual level of purchases. The more you use your card, the more you'll get back. And with over $500 million given out already, you're sure to get your fill. It pays to Discover, the card that pays you back. Accept it where you see the Novus sign.
Only 1 minute, 16 seconds to go in what could be the Penguins season. Ken Reggett now has returned to his net. There'll be a timeout now.
Live on bread alone. Fortunately, at Discover Card, we couldn't agree more. That's why we offer the Cashback Bonus Award. Each year, you'll receive money back based on your annual level of purchases. The more you use your card, the more you'll get back. And with over $500 million given out already, you're sure to get your fill. It pays to Discover, the card that pays you back. Accept it where you see the Novus sign.
Only 1 minute, 16 seconds to go in what could be the Penguins season. Ken Reggett now has returned to his net. There'll be a timeout now called by one of the teams. They used the television timeout. Now the additional allotted timeout. If you want to take it, you're allowed 1 per team per game. Boy, Brodeur, he's going to have to work on his shot, Mike.
Offensively, he lacks. But look at this. Now, assuming that this game ends with only 1 goal against, Jacques Plante in 1969 had an average in a playoff year of 1.43. Ken Dryden in 77 a 1.55. And this guy, 1 1/4 goals against.
He has played his cards absolutely right. Francois Leroux exhausted. Kid has played extremely hard. The Penguins, in losing Ulf Samuelsson in Game 7 of the Washington series, lost one of their leaders, certainly their best defenseman, one of their best leaders in the locker room, really missed.
Well, we'll be at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit next Sunday afternoon at 3 for Game 2 of the Western Conference Final, the Blackhawks and the Red Wings. If you have any sense of hockey history, that's a magical matchup. Not just because of the current teams, but because of past ones. Will the ghost of Bugsy Watson be taking on the ghost of Bobby Hull? Will there be shadowing? No, there'll be a lot of offense. Reggett is off the ice. 6 attackers for Pittsburgh. They've got to get 2. Rolled along to Yager. Checked by John McClain. Niedermeyer dumps it off. Tom Chorsky had it chipped back into him. Chorsky just conservatively laid it back. 45 to go. Larry Murphy brings it on for the Penguins. Bounced one. A tough one, but fielded by Brodeur and play stop. The Eagle player of the game, Martin Brodeur. Eagle is proud to donate $1,000 in Brodeur's name to the Amateur Hockey Association of his choice. He said that he was thrilled to become a goaltender in the NHL and long ago had watched with admiration Patrick Waugh, goaltender for Montreal, who won a championship in 1986. Claude Lemieux, having played on that team, said, "I remember Brodeur now, I remember Waugh then, and in their development, comparing 86 to now, they're dead even."
Wow. Isn't that something, huh? Brodeur certainly, along, I would think, with Claude Lemieux, the MVP of the playoffs thus far for the Devils. Lemieux has the game-winning goal to this point. Now Ron Francis and Broughton go for the draw here. Francis, when he's healthy and rested, one of the very best on face-offs. McIver, the only man back for Pittsburgh.
Francis and Broughton for the draw. 6 attackers, and it's down the ice and headed wide. No icing. Norm McIver with 30 to go, and the Penguins need 2. Lays a pass on for Sandstrom. Scott Stevens broke it up, gets it a second time. It's up to Broughton on the wing to Claude Lemieux, who's in and scores. Claude Lemieux makes it 4-1 in favor of New Jersey, and the Devils are headed to Philadelphia after a rest.
And as the puck went in, I looked at the Devils bench. Jacques Lemaire and Larry Robinson, the coaching staff, shook hands. And so they should. Right now, the Penguins trying to figure out exactly what happened here.
I think they were complaining about no icing.
I think you're right. It is a goal. It's 4-1 Devils, 17.9 seconds to go. Here's the turnover, and you see how quickly Lemieux heads up ice, stick right on the ice. The blade that is setting the target, and he took his time. Some garbage littering the ice now in the Penguin zone. We may delay here for a little bit. So for the Devils, it'll be 2 consecutive seasons making it to the Final 4. It's a very strong, at times nondescript hockey club. They don't have the big superstar up front. However, 4 lines. They have a checking line. They play a great system. This is a very, very, very good hockey club.
2 goals today by Claude Lemieux. And in a quieter time, we sat down with Claude and asked him about the significance of the Stanley Cup playoffs to him.
First year pro, I was fortunate to win it in '86, and it's been 9 years trying to accomplish that same dream again and trying to achieve, my goal, which is winning the Stanley Cup. The emotions, the interest of the fans, the media, and all these things put together makes it so much more exciting.
Claude can sure enjoy this one. In the series, he has come up with 6 goals. 2 of them into the empty net, has done a splendid defensive job. If you're already thinking ahead to what you were talking about earlier, size, John, we added up and averaged out the 12 forwards, the lead forwards for Philadelphia, and the 6 lead defense, considering Tommy Albeline before he was hurt for New Jersey. The offense for Philadelphia 6'1", 205. The defense for New Jersey 6'1", 200. Philadelphia's defense 6'1", 200. New Jersey's offense 6'2", 202.
Oh, big players. How about Lemieux? Played against Cam Neely in the first round, played against Jaromir Jagr in this round, and he outscored them. Is Mario there looking on? And he'll, from what we understand, make a decision in July or August as to whether he'll come back and play next year. Pittsburgh needs center ice help, and if he can get back to the top level that he's accustomed to when he's healthy, It'd be great for not only the Penguins, but for hockey in general. I'm hoping he comes back. I hope he makes a real good commitment to it, gets himself into great shape, and is able to come back for a great year next season. So congratulations to New Jersey and their Devils. We will have 4 very rested teams for the next round.
The celebration goes on at one end and consolation at the other. And one of the great things about hockey, all of the grit and the sweat and the anger and the words, and then the sound of one horn. And within a few seconds, the acknowledgement of the end with a shaking of hands. We'll just let the sound and the pictures tell it for you. Kinder words involving Claude Lemieux and the guys he badgered. And a celebration goes on for Martin Brodeur and the New Jersey Devils. Final score in the game, the Devils 4, the Penguins 1.